Hello, my dear travelers. This is Night Wanderer. Welcome to a serene evening in ancient Rome, a city of grandeur and glory. Imagine us gathered in a quiet Roman villa, surrounded by the scent of fresh herbs and roasted fish, with a gentle breeze from the Tiber. Tonight, we'll explore Rome's triumphs, honor, and daily life. If you enjoy these journeys, please like, subscribe, and comment where you're watching from and the time there. It means the world to this cozy channel. Are you ready? Then let me dim the screen's brightness and let the whispers of Rome guide us into its timeless tales. The first light of dawn crept over the 7 hills of Rome, a golden tide spilling across the cityscape, illuminating the eternal forum with a brilliance that seemed to crown its ancient stones. The air hung heavy with the fragrance of smoldering incense, drifting from the temple of Jupiter, mingling with the earthy tang of freshly turned earth, where laborers tended the sacred ground. The cobblestone expanse stretched wide, a vast theater of power where the pulse of an empire beat strongest, its arches and columns rising like sentinels of a world unconquered. This was no mere marketplace. It was the beating heart of Rome, where senators in their pristine togas strode with purpose, their sandals echoing against the stone, and where the whispers of history shaped the destiny of millions. Here in this sacred dawn, the grandeur of the eternal city unfurled its wings, a testament to human ambition carved in marble and gold. Among the throng, Gaius Marcellus, a seasoned senator with silver threading his dark hair, paused beneath the shadow of the rostra, the speaker's platform adorned with the prows of vanquished ships. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, surveyed the scene, merchants unfurling bolts of Tyrian purple, their hands stained with the dye of wealth, scribes hunched over wax tablets, their styluses scratching out decrees, and a cluster of citizens debating the latest edict from Emperor Trajan. The morning sun caught the glint of his ornate fibula, a clasp shaped like an eagle's talon, pinning his toga with a dignity earned through decades of service. Gaius felt the weight of Rome's greatness in every breath, a legacy built on the sweat of legions and the wisdom of its laws. Today, he would address the Senate, his voice a beacon to guide the empire's course, and the forum, alive with the hum of ambition, stood ready to bear witness. As the sun climbed higher, casting long shadows across the Basilica Aemilia, its marble facade gleamed like a mirror to the heavens. Within its cool interior, the air carried the faint scent of myrrh from a recent offering, a ritual to appease the gods who watched over Rome's justice. Gaius moved through the crowd, his steps measured, his mind turning to the day's agenda, a dispute over grain shipments from Egypt, a petition from the provinces, and rumors of unrest along the Danube. Around him, young nobles in crisp tunics jostled for position, their voices a chorus of eager rivalry, while a vendor nearby hawked honeyed figs, the sweet aroma cutting through the morning solemnity. The forum was a living tapestry, each thread a story of trade, power, and pride, woven into the fabric of a city that ruled the known world. Beyond the rostra, the temple of Saturn loomed, its weathered columns a silent guardian of the state treasury, where gold and silver gleamed in guarded vaults. Gaius paused to offer a nod to a passing priest, his robes a cascade of white edged with purple, the man's face serene yet commanding. The temple steps were already crowded with petitioners, their sandals worn from journeys across the empire, each carrying hopes of favor or redress. The senator's gaze lifted to the statue of Saturn, its stern visage carved from Parian marble, a symbol of Rome's unyielding strength. He murmured a prayer under his breath, a private vow to uphold the city's honor, feeling the weight of his role as a steward of its greatness. The forum pulsed with life, a symphony of voices and footsteps, each note a tribute to Rome's enduring majesty. As midday approached, the forum's energy swelled, a vibrant crescendo of humanity beneath a sky now brilliant with blue. Gaius ascended the rostra, his toga billowing slightly in the warm breeze that carried the distant murmur of the Tiber. The crowd hushed, their faces upturned, a sea of expectation rippling through the square. He began to speak, his voice resonant, carrying the weight of authority honed by years in the Curia. Citizens of Rome, the empire stands as a beacon of order, its light cast from this very stone. His words painted a vision of aqueducts stretching across provinces, of legions securing borders, of markets brimming with the spoils of conquest. The people listened, their pride mirrored in his tone, and the forum, ancient yet ever new, stood as the stage for Rome's eternal story, a grandeur that time could not erode. In the shadow of the Arch of Titus, a group of veterans gathered, their tunics faded but their bearing proud, each man bearing scars that told tales of Dacian campaigns. Gaius descended to join them, his hand clasping the shoulder of an old centurion, whose grizzled face broke into a rare smile. They spoke of past victories, of the emperor's wisdom in expanding the empire's reach, their voices a blend of reverence and nostalgia. The arch itself, with its reliefs of triumph, seemed to listen, its stone etched with the glory of Rome's past. The senator felt a surge of connection, a thread linking him to these warriors, to the city's foundations laid by Romulus himself. The forum, in its ceaseless motion, was more than a place. It was the soul of an empire, vast and unyielding, its greatness a flame that burned through the ages. As the sun arced toward its zenith, the forum transformed into a kaleidoscope of color and sound. Stalls sprang up along the Via Sacra, their awnings a riot of red and saffron, laden with olives glistening in oil, loaves of bread still warm from the oven, and amphorae of wine from Campania. Gaius paused to purchase a handful of dates, their sweetness a brief respite from the day's wait, and shared them with a young scribe who trailed him, eager for wisdom. The boy's eyes widened at the senator's tales of the empire's breadth, roads stretching to Britannia, ships docking at Ostia with silks from the east. The forum was a living chronicle, its stones whispering of a city that had tamed the world, its grandeur a legacy etched in every citizen's heart. Toward noon, a procession approached, led by a herald in a tunic embroidered with gold, his staff tapping the stones in a rhythmic beat. Behind him marched a cohort of auxiliaries, their armor polished to a mirror sheen, a tribute to Trajan's recent victories. Gaius watched, his chest swelling with pride, as the crowd cheered, their voices a thunder that rolled across the forum. The senator recalled the emperor's words from a recent edict, promising prosperity and strength, and felt the truth of it in this moment. The forum was not just a gathering place, it was the crucible where Rome's greatness was forged, a testament to a people united by honor, ambition, and an unshakable belief in their destiny. As the afternoon light softened, casting a golden hue over the Basilica Julia, Gaius lingered near its steps, where a group of philosophers debated the virtues of Stoicism. Their robes, a cascade of muted gray, fluttered in the breeze, their words a quiet storm of ideas. He joined them briefly, offering a perspective shaped by years of governance, his voice a steady anchor amid their fervor. The forum, now bathed in the warm glow of day's end, seemed to hold its breath, a space where intellect and power intertwined. Gaius felt the weight of Rome's legacy, a city that had risen from a humble village to command the earth, its grandeur a living force that pulsed through every stone, every voice, every dream. The day waned, and the forum began to empty, its energy ebbing like a tide receding from the shore. Gaius made his way toward the Curia, his steps slow but resolute, the weight of his toga a reminder of his duty. The air grew cooler, carrying the faint scent of thyme from a nearby garden, a gentle contrast to the morning's intensity. He glanced back at the forum, its columns standing tall against the fading sky, a silhouette of Rome's enduring might. This was the heart of an empire, a place where greatness was born and nurtured, where every citizen played a part in a story that would echo through time. And as the last rays of sun kissed the stones, the senator knew that Rome's glory would shine on, undimmed by the passage of years. The first light of dawn crept over the 7 hills of Rome, a golden tide spilling across the cityscape, illuminating the eternal forum with a brilliance that seemed to crown its ancient stones. The air hung heavy with the fragrance of smoldering incense drifting from the temple of Jupiter, mingling with the earthy tang of freshly turned earth, where laborers tended the sacred ground. The cobblestone expanse stretched wide, a vast theater of power where the pulse of an empire beat strongest, its arches and columns rising like sentinels of a world unconquered. This was no mere marketplace. It was the beating heart of Rome, where senators in their pristine togas strode with purpose, their sandals echoing against the stone, and where the whispers of history shaped the destiny of millions. Here in this sacred dawn, the grandeur of the eternal city unfurled its wings, a testament to human ambition carved in marble and gold. Among the throng, Gaius Marcellus, a seasoned senator with silver threading his dark hair, paused beneath the shadow of the rostra, the speaker's platform adorned with the prows of vanquished ships. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, surveyed the scene. Merchants unfurling bolts of Tyrian purple, their hands stained with the dye of wealth. Scribes hunched over wax tablets, their styluses scratching out decrees, and a cluster of citizens debating the latest edict from Emperor Trajan. The morning sun caught the glint of his ornate fibula, a clasp shaped like an eagle's talon, pinning his toga with a dignity earned through decades of service. Gaius felt the weight of Rome's greatness in every breath, a legacy built on the sweat of legions and the wisdom of its laws. Today he would address the Senate, his voice a beacon to guide the empire's course, and the forum, alive with the hum of ambition, stood ready to bear witness. As the sun climbed higher, casting long shadows across the Basilica Aemilia, its marble facade gleamed like a mirror to the heavens. Within its cool interior, the air carried the faint scent of myrrh from a recent offering, a ritual to appease the gods who watched over Rome's justice. Gaius moved through the crowd, his steps measured, his mind turning to the day's agenda: a dispute over grain shipments from Egypt, a petition from the provinces, and rumors of unrest along the Danube. Around him, young nobles in crisp tunics jostled for position, their voices a chorus of eager rivalry, while a vendor nearby hawked honeyed figs, the sweet aroma cutting through the morning solemnity. The forum was a living tapestry, each thread a story of trade, power, and pride, woven into the fabric of a city that ruled the known world. Beyond the rostra, the temple of Saturn loomed, its weathered columns a silent guardian of the state treasury, where gold and silver gleamed in guarded vaults. Gaius paused to offer a nod to a passing priest, his robes a cascade of white edged with purple, the man's face serene yet commanding. The temple steps were already crowded with petitioners, their sandals worn from journeys across the empire, each carrying hopes of favor or redress. The senator's gaze lifted to the statue of Saturn, its stern visage carved from Parian marble, a symbol of Rome's unyielding strength. He murmured a prayer under his breath, a private vow to uphold the city's honor, feeling the weight of his role as a steward of its greatness. The forum pulsed with life, a symphony of voices and footsteps, each note a tribute to Rome's enduring majesty. As midday approached, the forum's energy swelled, a vibrant crescendo of humanity beneath a sky now brilliant with blue. Gaius ascended the rostra, his toga billowing slightly in the warm breeze that carried the distant murmur of the Tiber. The crowd hushed, their faces upturned, a sea of expectation rippling through the square. He began to speak, his voice resonant, carrying the weight of authority honed by years in the Curia. Citizens of Rome, the empire stands as a beacon of order, its light cast from this very stone. His words painted a vision of aqueducts stretching, across provinces, of legions securing borders, of markets brimming with the spoils of conquest. The people listened, their pride mirrored in his tone, and the forum, ancient yet ever new, stood as the stage for Rome's eternal story, a grandeur that time could not erode. In the shadow of the Arch of Titus, a group of veterans gathered, their tunics faded, but their bearing proud, each man bearing scars that told tales of Dacian campaigns. Gaius descended to join them, his hand clasping the shoulder of an old centurion whose grizzled face broke into a rare smile. They spoke of past victories, of the emperor's wisdom in expanding the empire's reach, their voices a blend of reverence and nostalgia. The arch itself, with its reliefs of triumph, seemed to listen, its stone etched with the glory of Rome's past. The senator felt a surge of connection, a thread linking him to these warriors, to the city's foundations laid by Romulus himself. The forum, in its ceaseless motion, was more than a place. It was the soul of an empire, vast and unyielding, its greatness a flame that burned through the ages. As the sun arced toward its zenith, the forum transformed into a kaleidoscope of color and sound. Stalls sprang up along the Via Sacra, their awnings a riot of red and saffron, laden with olives glistening in oil, loaves of bread still warm from the oven, and amphora of wine from Campania. Gaius paused to purchase a handful of dates, their sweetness a brief respite from the day's wait, and shared them with a young scribe who trailed him, eager for wisdom. The boy's eyes widened at the senator's tales of the empire's breadth, roads stretching to Britannia, ships docking at Ostia with silks from the east. The forum was a living chronicle, its stones whispering of a city that had tamed the world, its grandeur a legacy etched in every citizen's heart. Toward noon, a procession approached, led by a herald in a tunic embroidered with gold, his staff tapping the stones in a rhythmic beat. Behind him marched a cohort of auxiliaries, their armor polished to a mirror sheen, a tribute to Trajan's recent victories. Gaius watched, his chest swelling with pride, as the crowd cheered, their voices a thunder that rolled across the forum. The senator recalled the emperor's words from a recent edict, promising prosperity and strength, and felt the truth of it in this moment. The forum was not just a gathering place, it was the crucible where Rome's greatness was forged, a testament to a people united by honor, ambition, and an unshakable belief in their destiny. As the afternoon light softened, casting a golden hue over the Basilica Julia, Gaius lingered near its steps, where a group of philosophers debated the virtues of Stoicism. Their robes, a cascade of muted gray, fluttered in the breeze, their words a quiet storm of ideas. He joined them briefly, offering a perspective shaped by years of governance, his voice a steady anchor amid their fervor. The forum, now bathed in the warm glow of day's end, seemed to hold its breath, a space where intellect and power intertwined. Gaius felt the weight of Rome's legacy, a city that had risen from a humble village to command the earth, its grandeur a living force that pulsed through every stone, every voice, every dream. The day waned, and the forum began to empty, its energy ebbing like a tide receding from the shore. Gaius made his way toward the curia, his steps slow but resolute, the weight of his toga a reminder of his duty. The air grew cooler, carrying the faint scent of thyme from a nearby garden, a gentle contrast to the morning's intensity. He glanced back at the forum, its columns standing tall against the fading sky, a silhouette of Rome's enduring might. This was the heart of an empire, a place where greatness was born and nurtured, where every citizen played a part in a story that would echo through time. And as the last rays of sun kissed the stones, the senator knew that Rome's glory would shine on, undimmed by the passage of years. As twilight deepened, the forum took on a mystical air, its stones bathed in the soft purple of dusk. Gaius paused near the temple of Vesta, where the sacred flame flickered within, its glow a beacon of continuity. A young Vestal attendant, her white robe pristine, offered a respectful nod, her presence a quiet testament to Rome's spiritual core. The senator reflected on the city's resilience, its ability to endure through war and peace, its grandeur a living testament to the gods' favor. The air grew still, save for the rustle of palm fronds planted along the Via Sacra, their leaves whispering secrets of centuries past. Gaius felt a profound connection to this place, a link to the ancestors who had shaped it, their legacy a flame that warmed the soul of every Roman. The night drew closer, and the forum's vastness seemed to shrink into an intimate embrace. Gaius sat on a bench near the Basilica Aemilia, his aged hands tracing the cool marble, his mind drifting to the generations that had walked these stones. A group of children darted past, their laughter a bright thread in the evening's quiet, chasing a ball made of stitched leather. He smiled, seeing in them the future of Rome, their innocence a counterpoint to the day's weighty matters. The stars began to pierce the sky, their light a silent chorus to the city's enduring song. The senator's heart swelled with pride, knowing that this forum, this heart of an empire, would stand as a beacon for all who came after. As the last light faded, the forum became a realm of shadows and memories. Gaius rose, his figure a silhouette against the dim glow of a distant torch. He thought of Trajan's vision, of roads linking distant lands, of aqueducts bringing life to arid plains, of the forum as the nexus of it all. The air carried a hint of smoke from a nearby altar, a final offering of the day, blending with the night's cool breath. He whispered a vow to the gods, a promise to serve Rome with every fiber of his being, feeling the weight of its greatness settle upon him like a mantle. The eternal city slept, but its heart beat on, a rhythm of glory that would resonate through the ages. The dawn's promise lingered in Gaius's thoughts as he approached the curia's steps, the building's facade a fortress of wisdom and power. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of cedar from the benches, their wood polished by countless sessions. He envisioned the senators gathering, their voices rising in debate, their decisions shaping the empire's fate. The forum outside stood as their witness, its stones a chronicle of Rome's ascent, its grandeur a living force that defied time. Gaius felt a surge of purpose, a call to uphold this legacy, to ensure that the heart of the empire continued to throb with life and pride. As the night deepened, the forum's silence was broken only by the occasional clatter of a late-night cart, its wheels rolling over ancient stones. Gaius lingered, his gaze fixed on the silhouette of the temple of Castor and Pollux, its 3 columns a trinity of strength. He recalled the myths of the divine twins, their protection a gift to Rome, and felt a kinship with their eternal watch. The city's greatness was not just in its buildings or its armies, but in its spirit, a flame tended by every citizen. The senator's heart beat in time with that spirit, a rhythm of honor and ambition that would carry Rome into eternity. The stars wheeled overhead, a celestial map guiding Rome's destiny. Gaius stood alone now, the forum a vast expanse of shadow and memory beneath the heavens. He thought of the poets who had sung of this place, of the generals who had marched through it, of the common folk who had built it brick by brick. The air was cool, carrying the faint hum of the Tiber in the distance, a river that had nourished this city since its founding. He closed his eyes, letting the weight of Rome's grandeur settle over him, a mantle of pride and responsibility. This was the heart of an empire, and he, Gaius Marcellus, was its keeper for this fleeting moment. As the night reached its deepest quiet, the forum seemed to breathe, its stones exhaling the day's energy. Gaius turned toward home, his steps echoing softly, a lone figure against the vastness of Rome's legacy. The scent of jasmine from a nearby garden mingled with the night air, a delicate note in the city's symphony. He carried with him the weight of the morning's grandeur, the pride of its people, the promise of its future. The eternal city stood eternal, its heart beating in the forum, a testament to a civilization that had conquered the world and now held it in its embrace, a glory that would never fade. The first light of dawn crept over the 7 hills of Rome, a golden tide spilling across the cityscape, illuminating the eternal forum with a brilliance that seemed to crown its ancient stones. The air hung heavy with the fragrance of smoldering incense, drifting from the temple of Jupiter, mingling with the earthy tang of freshly turned earth where laborers tended the sacred ground. The cobblestone expanse stretched wide, a vast theater of power where the pulse of an empire beat strongest, its arches and columns rising like sentinels of a world unconquered. This was no mere marketplace. It was the beating heart of Rome, where senators in their pristine togas strode with purpose, their sandals echoing against the stone, and where the whispers of history shaped the destiny of millions. Here in this sacred dawn, the grandeur of the eternal city unfurled its wings, a testament to human ambition carved in marble and gold. Among the throng, Gaius Marcellus, a seasoned senator with silver threading his dark hair, paused beneath the shadow of the rostra, the speaker's platform adorned with the prows of vanquished ships. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, surveyed the scene, merchants unfurling bolts of Tyrian purple, their hands stained with the dye of wealth, scribes hunched over wax tablets, their styluses scratching out decrees, and a cluster of citizens debating the latest edict from Emperor Trajan. The morning sun caught the glint of his ornate fibula, a clasp shaped like an eagle's talon, pinning his toga with a dignity earned through decades of service. Gaius felt the weight of Rome's greatness in every breath, a legacy built on the sweat of legions and the wisdom of its laws. Today he would address the Senate, his voice a beacon to guide the empire's course, and the forum, alive with the hum of ambition, stood ready to bear witness. As the sun climbed higher, casting long shadows across the Basilica Aemilia, its marble facade gleamed like a mirror to the heavens. Within its cool interior, the air carried the faint scent of myrrh from a recent offering, a ritual to appease the gods who watched over Rome's justice. Gaius moved through the crowd, his steps measured, his mind turning to the day's agenda, a dispute over grain shipments from Egypt, a petition from the provinces, and rumors of unrest along the Danube. Around him, young nobles in crisp tunics jostled for position, their voices a chorus of eager rivalry, while a vendor nearby hawked honeyed figs, the sweet aroma cutting through the morning solemnity. The forum was a living tapestry, each thread a story of trade, power, and pride, woven into the fabric of a city that ruled the known world. Beyond the rostra, the temple of Saturn loomed, its weathered columns a silent guardian of the state treasury, where gold and silver gleamed in guarded vaults. Gaius paused to offer a nod to a passing priest, his robes a cascade of white edged with purple, the man's face serene yet commanding. The temple's steps were already crowded with petitioners, their sandals worn from journeys across the empire, each carrying hopes of favor or redress. The senator's gaze lifted to the statue of Saturn, its stern visage carved from Parian marble, a symbol of Rome's unyielding strength. He murmured a prayer under his breath, a private vow to uphold the city's honor, feeling the weight of his role as a steward of its greatness. The forum pulsed with life, a symphony of voices and footsteps, each note a tribute to Rome's enduring majesty. As midday approached, the forum's energy swelled, a vibrant crescendo of humanity beneath a sky now brilliant with blue. Gaius ascended the rostra, his toga billowing slightly in the warm breeze that carried the distant murmur of the Tiber. The crowd hushed, their faces upturned, a sea of expectation rippling through the square. He began to speak, his voice resonant, carrying the weight of authority honed by years in the Curia. Citizens of Rome, the empire stands as a beacon of order, its light cast from this very stone. His words painted a vision of aqueducts stretching across provinces, of legions securing borders, of markets brimming with the spoils of conquest. The people listened, their pride mirrored in his tone, and the forum, ancient yet ever new, stood as the stage for Rome's eternal story, a grandeur that time could not erode. In the shadow of the Arch of Titus, a group of veterans gathered, their tunics faded, but their bearing proud, each man bearing scars that told tales of Dacian campaigns. Gaius descended to join them, his hand clasping the shoulder of an old centurion whose grizzled face broke into a rare smile. They spoke of past victories, of the emperor's wisdom in expanding the empire's reach, their voices a blend of reverence and nostalgia. The arch itself, with its reliefs of triumph, seemed to listen, its stone etched with the glory of Rome's past. The senator felt a surge of connection, a thread linking him to these warriors, to the city's foundations laid by Romulus himself. The forum, in its ceaseless motion, was more than a place. It was the soul of an empire, vast and unyielding, its greatness a flame that burned through the ages. As the sun arced toward its zenith, the forum transformed into a kaleidoscope of color and sound. Stalls sprang up along the Via Sacra, their awnings a riot of red and saffron, laden with olives glistening in oil, loaves of bread still warm from the oven, and amphorae of wine from Campania. Gaius paused to purchase a handful of dates, their sweetness a brief respite from the day's wait, and shared them with a young scribe who trailed him, eager for wisdom. The boy's eyes widened at the senator's tales of the empire's breadth, roads stretching to Britannia, ships docking at Ostia with silks from the east. The forum was a living chronicle, its stones whispering of a city that had tamed the world, its grandeur a legacy etched in every citizen's heart. Toward noon, a procession approached, led by a herald in a tunic embroidered with gold, his staff tapping the stones in a rhythmic beat. Behind him marched a cohort of auxiliaries, their armor polished to a mirror sheen, a tribute to Trajan's recent victories. Gaius watched, his chest swelling with pride, as the crowd cheered, their voices a thunder that rolled across the forum. The senator recalled the emperor's words from a recent edict, promising prosperity and strength, and felt the truth of it in this moment. The forum was not just a gathering place. It was the crucible where Rome's greatness was forged, a testament to a people united by honor, ambition, and an unshakable belief in their destiny. As the afternoon light softened, casting a golden hue over the Basilica Julia, Gaius lingered near its steps, where a group of philosophers debated the virtues of Stoicism. Their robes, a cascade of muted gray, fluttered in the breeze, their words a quiet storm of ideas. He joined them briefly, offering a perspective shaped by years of governance, his voice a steady anchor amid their fervor. The forum, now bathed in the warm glow of day's end, seemed to hold its breath, a space where intellect and power intertwined. Gaius felt the weight of Rome's legacy, a city that had risen from a humble village to command the earth, its grandeur a living force that pulsed through every stone, every voice, every dream. The day waned, and the forum began to empty, its energy ebbing like a tide receding from the shore. Gaius made his way toward the curia, his steps slow but resolute, the weight of his toga a reminder of his duty. The air grew cooler, carrying the faint scent of thyme from a nearby garden, a gentle contrast to the morning's intensity. He glanced back at the forum, its columns standing tall against the fading sky, a silhouette of Rome's enduring might. This was the heart of an empire, a place where greatness was born and nurtured, where every citizen played a part in a story that would echo through time. And as the last rays of sun kissed the stones, the senator knew that Rome's glory would shine on, undimmed by the passage of years. As twilight deepened, the forum took on a mystical air, its stones bathed in the soft purple of dusk. Gaius paused near the temple of Vesta, where the sacred flame flickered within, its glow a beacon of continuity. A young Vestal attendant, her white robe pristine, offered a respectful nod, her presence a quiet testament to Rome's spiritual core. The senator reflected on the city's resilience, its ability to endure through war and peace, its grandeur a living testament to the gods' favor. The air grew still, save for the rustle of palm fronds planted along the Via Sacra, their leaves whispering secrets of centuries past. Gaius felt a profound connection to this place, a link to the ancestors who had shaped it, their legacy a flame that warmed the soul of every Roman. The night drew closer, and the forum's vastness seemed to shrink into an intimate embrace. Gaius sat on a bench near the Basilica Aemilia, his aged hands tracing the cool marble, his mind drifting to the generations that had walked these stones. A group of children darted past, their laughter a bright thread in the evening's quiet, chasing a ball made of stitched leather. He smiled, seeing in them the future of Rome, their innocence a counterpoint to the day's weighty matters. The stars began to pierce the sky, their light a silent chorus to the city's enduring song. The senator's heart swelled with pride, knowing that this forum, this heart of an empire, would stand as a beacon for all who came after. As the last light faded, the forum became a realm of shadows and memories. Gaius rose, his figure a silhouette against the dim glow of a distant torch. He thought of Trajan's vision, of roads linking distant lands, of aqueducts bringing life to arid plains, of the forum as the nexus of it all. The air carried a hint of smoke from a nearby altar, a final offering of the day, blending with the night's cool breath. He whispered a vow to the gods, a promise to serve Rome with every fiber of his being, feeling the weight of its greatness settle upon him like a mantle. The eternal city slept, but its heart beat on, a rhythm of glory that would resonate through the ages. The dawn's promise lingered in Gaius's thoughts as he approached the curia's steps, the building's facade a fortress of wisdom and power. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of cedar from the benches, their wood polished by countless sessions. He envisioned the senators gathering, their voices rising in debate, their decisions shaping the empire's fate. The forum outside stood as their witness, its stones a chronicle of Rome's ascent, its grandeur a living force that defied time. Gaius felt a surge of purpose, a call to uphold this legacy, to ensure that the heart of the empire continued to throb with life and pride. As the night deepened, the forum's silence was broken only by the occasional clatter of a late-night cart, its wheels rolling over ancient stones. Gaius lingered, his gaze fixed on the silhouette of the temple of Castor and Pollux, its 3 columns a trinity of strength. He recalled the myths of the divine twins, their protection a gift to Rome, and felt a kinship with their eternal watch. The city's greatness was not just in its buildings or its armies, but in its spirit, a flame tended by every citizen. The senator's heart beat in time with that spirit, a rhythm of honor and ambition that would carry Rome into eternity. The stars wheeled overhead, a celestial map guiding Rome's destiny. Gaius stood alone now, the forum a vast expanse of shadow and memory beneath the heavens. He thought of the poets who had sung of this place, of the generals who had marched through it, of the common folk who had built it brick by brick. The air was cool, carrying the faint hum of the Tiber in the distance, a river that had nourished this city since its founding. He closed his eyes, letting the weight of Rome's grandeur settle over him, a mantle of pride and responsibility. This was the heart of an empire, and he, Gaius Marcellus, was its keeper for this fleeting moment. As the night reached its deepest quiet, the forum seemed to breathe, its stones exhaling the day's energy. Gaius turned toward home, his steps echoing softly, a lone figure against the vastness of Rome's legacy. The scent of jasmine from a nearby garden mingled with the night air, a delicate note in the city's symphony. He carried with him the weight of the morning's grandeur, the pride of its people, the promise of its future. The eternal city stood eternal, its heart beating in the forum, a testament to a civilization that had conquered the world and now held it in its embrace, a glory that would never fade. A soft mist began to rise from the Tiber, curling around the forum's edges like a gentle veil, softening the outlines of its monuments. Gaius paused, his breath visible in the cool air, and watched as the mist wove through the columns, a ghostly dance that seemed to honor the city's past. He thought of the augurs who once read omens here, their staffs pointing to the skies, and felt a shiver of awe at Rome's connection to the divine. The stillness was profound, broken only by the distant bark of a watchdog, a reminder of the city's vigilance. This place, he realized, was more than a forum. It was a sacred space, a cradle of greatness that cradled the empire's soul. As the mist thickened, the forum took on an otherworldly glow, its stones bathed in the pale light of a rising moon. Gaius moved toward the Temple of Concord, its pediment a silent promise of unity, its steps worn by the feet of countless diplomats. He recalled the treaties signed here, the alliances forged, the peace that had allowed Rome to flourish. A lone figure, Perhaps a scribe finishing his night's work passed by, his lamp casting a fleeting glow on the pavement. Gaius felt a kinship with this quiet laborer, a shared dedication to the city's enduring story, a narrative written in every crack and curve of its stones. The moon climbed higher, casting silver across the forum, turning the Via Sacra into a ribbon of light. Gaius sat once more, his back against a column, its coolness a contrast to the warmth of his thoughts. He envisioned the festivals that had filled this space, games, sacrifices, triumphs, each a celebration of Rome's might. A night bird called from the Palatine, its cry a lonely note in the stillness, and Gaius smiled, imagining the emperors who had gazed upon this scene. The forum was a living memory, its grandeur a bridge between past and future, its heart beating with the rhythm of a civilization that refused to fade. As the night wore on, the forum's silence deepened, a profound hush that enveloped its sacred spaces. Gaius rose, his joints creaking with age, and traced a finger along the edge of a marble relief, its figures frozen in mid-battle. He thought of the artists who had chiseled these scenes, their hands guided by pride in Rome's victories. The air grew heavy with the scent of dew-kissed grass from a nearby garden, a natural counterpoint to the city's stone heart. He felt a surge of gratitude, a connection to the countless souls who had walked this ground, their lives woven into the fabric of Rome's eternal glory. The first hint of dawn began to color the eastern sky, a faint blush that promised renewal. Gaius stood at the forum's edge, his silhouette a solitary guardian against the awakening world. He thought of the markets that would soon bustle, the senators who would soon gather, the life that would pulse anew. The Tiber's flow murmured in the distance, a constant companion to Rome's rise. This was the heart of an empire, a place of grandeur and grace, and as the light grew, Gaius knew his duty was to nurture it, to ensure that its story continued to shine across the ages. The first rays of dawn pierced the veil of night, spilling a molten gold across the 7 hills of Rome, where the forum stood as the radiant core of an unshakable empire. The air shimmered with the sacred aroma of incense, wafting from the temple of Jupiter, its tendrils weaving through the crisp morning breeze, blending with the rich scent of freshly hewn stone, where workers mended the sacred pavement. This vast expanse of cobblestones, flanked by towering columns and arches, pulsed with the lifeblood of a civilization that had conquered continents. It was no ordinary gathering place, but the throbbing heart of Rome, where senators in their flowing togas moved with regal intent, their footsteps a rhythmic drumbeat against the ancient stone, and where the echoes of history whispered promises of eternal dominion. Gaius Marcellus, a senator whose hair bore the silver of wisdom, halted beneath the rostra, its platform crowned with the splintered prows of defeated ships, a monument to Rome's naval might. His gaze, keen and unyielding, swept over the awakening forum, Merchants unfurled vibrant Tyrian purple, their fingers dyed with the essence of wealth. Scribes bend low over wax tablets, their styluses etching the empire's will, and a knot of citizens argued passionately over Trajan's latest decree. The sun's ascent caught the gleam of his eagle-shaped fibula, a badge of honor pinning his toga with the weight of decades in service. Gaius inhaled deeply, tasting the grandeur of Rome in every breath, a legacy forged by legionary sweat and the brilliance of its laws. Today, his voice would rise in the Senate, a guiding star for the empire's future, and the Forum, alive with ambition's hum, awaited his command. As the sun climbed, its light danced across the Basilica Aemilia, transforming its marble facade into a mirror of celestial grace. Inside, the air held a whisper of myrrh from a morning offering, a plea to the gods for justice's favor. Gaius navigated the throng, his stride deliberate, his thoughts fixed on the day's challenges, a quarrel over Egyptian grain, a plea from distant provinces, and whispers of trouble along the Danube's edge. Around him, young nobles in crisp tunics vied for prominence, their voices a lively clash, while a vendor's call of honeyed figs sliced through the air, its sweetness a fleeting joy amid the gravity. The Forum unfolded as a vibrant tapestry, each thread a tale of commerce, authority, and pride, stitched into the fabric of a city that reigned supreme. Near the Temple of Saturn, its ancient columns stood like silent sentinels, guarding the treasury's glittering hoard. Gaius offered a respectful nod to a priest whose white robes, trimmed with purple, flowed like a river of sanctity. The temple steps teemed with petitioners, their worn sandals testifying to journeys from the empire's farthest reaches, each face etched with hope or desperation. His eyes rose to Saturn's stern statue, hewn from flawless Parian marble, a figure of Rome's indomitable will. Gaius whispered a silent oath to preserve the city's honor, feeling the mantle of stewardship settle upon his shoulders. The Forum thrummed with vitality, a chorus of footsteps and voices, each note a hymn to the majesty that defined Rome. By midday, the Forum erupted into a symphony of life, its expanse bathed in a sky of crystalline blue. Gaius mounted the rostra, his toga fluttering in a warm Tiber breeze, the crowd below falling silent, their upturned faces a sea of anticipation. His voice boomed with the authority of years spent in the Curia. People of Rome, our empire shines as a beacon of order, its radiance born from this sacred ground. He wove a vision of aqueducts threading provinces, legions guarding frontiers, markets overflowing with Conquest's bounty. The crowd drank in his words, their pride reflecting his own, and the Forum, timeless yet vibrant, served as the stage for Rome's unending saga, a grandeur impervious to the ravages of time. As the afternoon light softened to gold, Gaius paused by the Basilica Julia, where philosophers in muted grey robes debated Stoicism's virtues, their words a gentle tempest in the breeze. He joined them, offering insights honed by governance, his tone a steady rock amid their fervor. The forum, now aglow with day's end, seemed to pause, a crucible where mind and might converged. Gaius sensed the weight of Rome's ascent from a modest village to a global dominion, its grandeur a living pulse in every stone, every voice, every aspiration. The day ebbed, and the forum quieted, its energy receding like a tide. Gaius headed toward the Curia, his steps firm yet weary, the toga's weight a badge of duty. A cool breeze carried time's delicate scent from a nearby garden, a soft counterpoint to the morning's intensity. Glancing back, he saw the forum's columns pierce the fading sky, a silhouette of Rome's enduring power. This was the empire's heart, a forge of greatness where every citizen shaped a legacy that would echo eternally, its glory kissed by the last sunbeams, unyielding through the ages. The afternoon sun hung low, casting a fiery halo over the Via Triumphalis, where the Arch of Trajan stood as a colossus of stone and glory, its surface etched with the saga of Rome's dominion. Hewn from gleaming travertine, the arch rose in majestic curves, its friezes spiraling with the chaos of battle and the order of victory, a chronicle of the Dacian wars carved by the hands of master sculptors. The air carried the distant clang of a blacksmith's hammer, blending with the faint rustle of laurel leaves planted in tribute, their green a vivid contrast to the arch's pale grandeur. This was no mere gateway, it was a shrine to triumph, a frozen moment where the empire's might was immortalized and the people of Rome gathered to bask in its reflected glory. Lucius Aelius, a grizzled veteran of the Dacian campaigns, leaned against the arch's base, his weathered hand tracing the relief of a fallen enemy, his fingers rough from years wielding a gladius. His eyes, clouded with memory, followed the spiraling scenes. Roman legions advancing, their shields a wall of iron, Dacian warriors felled beneath the eagle's standards, and Trajan himself, his figure commanding the stone, a god among men. The sun's rays ignited the gold leaf adorning the emperor's statue atop the arch, a beacon of imperial pride. Lucius felt a swell of honor, his chest tightening with the recollection of blood-soaked fields and the cheers of victory. Today, he would recount those days to a circle of eager youths, their faces alight with the promise of emulating his deeds. As the crowd thickened, the arch became a magnet for pilgrims of Rome's past, their sandals scuffing the worn path beneath. A young boy, no more than 12, darted forward, his tunic fluttering like a flag, to touch the stone, his small hand awed by its solidity. His mother, a matron in a stola of deep indigo, followed, her voice soft as she explained the arch's meaning, a symbol of Rome's unassailable strength, a testament to the emperor who had expanded its borders. The air grew warm with the scent of roasted chestnuts from a nearby vendor, a humble offering amid the monument's majesty. Lucius watched, his heart stirred by the continuity of Rome's legacy, a chain linking his battles to this child's dreams. High above, the arch's inscription gleamed, its Latin letters proclaiming Trajan's victories in bold relief, a proclamation that echoed across the empire. Gaius Marcellus, the senator from the morning's forum, joined the gathering, his toga a ripple of white against the stone's pale expanse. He exchanged a nod with Lucius, their shared respect a silent bond forged in service. Gaius's gaze lingered on the friezes, each scene a brushstroke of history, the bridge over the Danube, the capture of Sarmizegetusa, the spoils paraded through Rome. He felt the weight of that triumph, a burden and a pride, knowing the arch stood as a sentinel of the city's honor, its grandeur a mirror to the soul of its people. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, the arch cast a long shadow across the Via Triumphalis, a giant's footprint on the earth. A procession approached, led by a standard-bearer whose eagle-topped pole glinted in the fading light, followed by a cohort of auxiliaries in polished armor, their steps a disciplined cadence. The crowd parted, their voices rising in a chorus of acclaim, a tribute to the victories etched in stone. Lucius stepped forward, his voice rough but steady, beginning his tale. I stood on that bridge, lads, with Trajan at my side, as the Dacians fell before us. The youths leaned in, their eyes wide, drinking in the glory of a past they yearned to claim. The arch's shadow stretched, enveloping the onlookers in a cool embrace, its presence a quiet command. Gaius observed the scene, his mind drifting to the emperor's edicts, the wealth that had funded this monument, the labor that had raised it. He thought of the engineers who had designed its perfect curves, the artists who had breathed life into its stone, and the soldiers whose blood had earned its right to stand. The air grew thick with the scent of pine from a nearby grove, a natural frame to the arch's artificial splendor. This was Rome's heart on display, a celebration of conquest and honor, its grandeur a beacon that drew all eyes upward. As dusk settled, the arch glowed softly in the twilight, its details softening into a dreamlike silhouette. A group of priests passed, their robes a flowing river of white, carrying offerings to honor the victory it commemorated. Gaius joined them briefly, adding a coin to their basket, a gesture of gratitude to the gods who had favored Rome. The crowd thinned, but the arch remained, a steadfast guardian of memory, its stone whispering tales of triumph to the night. Lucius finished his story, his voice fading into the dusk, leaving the youth silent, their imaginations ignited by the legacy carved before them. The stars emerged, punctuating the sky above the arch, each a witness to Rome's enduring might. Gaius stood apart, his silhouette framed against the monument, feeling the weight of its history settle upon him. He recalled the parades that had passed beneath it, the cheers that had shaken its foundations, the pride that had filled the air. The Tiber's distant flow murmured a steady bass to the night's quiet. a reminder of the river that had nurtured this city's rise. The arch was more than stone. It was a testament to Rome's soul, its grandeur a flame that would light the path for generations. As the night deepened, the arch stood alone, a solitary titan against the velvet sky. Gaius turned away, his steps echoing softly on the Via Triumphalis, the arch's shadow trailing behind like a loyal companion. The air carried a hint of damp earth from the riverbank, a grounding note amid the monument's exultation. He carried with him the pride of that triumph, the honor of those who had fought, the grandeur that defined Rome. The arch of Trajan remained, a sentinel of glory, its story etched in stone, a beacon of the empire's everlasting reign. The late afternoon sun dipped toward the horizon, bathing the Basilica Aemilia in a warm amber glow, its marble walls rising like a fortress of wisdom amid the bustling forum. The structure's vast interior opened like a cavern of justice, its high ceiling supported by columns that seemed to reach for the heavens, their shadows stretching long across the polished floor. The air inside carried a solemn note, laced with the faint musk of aged parchment and the lingering sweetness of honeyed wine spilled during a morning's debate. This was no ordinary hall. It was the sanctum where Rome's laws were forged, where order reigned supreme, and where the empire's heart beat with the rhythm of equity, its grandeur etched in every carved detail. Within these hallowed walls, Marcus Tullius, a magistrate with a face lined by years of deliberation, presided over a gathering of litigants, their voices a muted hum beneath the basilica's grandeur. His toga, edged with the purple stripe of his office, draped over a chair of dark oak, its surface worn smooth by countless judgments. Before him lay a dispute. A merchant from Ostia claimed a ship's cargo of grain had been seized unjustly by a tax collector, his hands gesturing wildly as he spoke. The air grew thick with tension, broken only by the soft shuffle of a scribe's sandals as he recorded every word on a wax tablet. Marcus felt the weight of Rome's order in his hands, a legacy of fairness that stretched from the forum's stones to the empire's farthest reaches. As the debate unfolded, the basilica's light softened, filtering through high windows to cast a mosaic of shadows on the floor. A woman in a stola of faded green stepped forward, her voice steady despite her humble bearing, pleading for the return of her family's land seized in a provincial dispute. Her eyes met Marcus's, a silent plea for justice, and he nodded, signaling a clerk to fetch the relevant scrolls. The air carried the faint scent of cedar from the benches, a grounding aroma amid the legal storm. He envisioned the aqueducts that sustained Rome, the roads that connected its provinces, all upheld by the law he now enforced. The basilica stood as a pillar of that order, its grandeur a beacon for a civilization built on balance. Outside, the forum's clamor seeped through the walls, a distant echo of life that contrasted with the basilica's solemnity. Marcus called for silence, his voice a deep bell ringing through the hall, and the crowd obeyed, their faces a gallery of hope and fear. He reviewed the merchant's case, his fingers tracing the wax records, noting the tax collector's signature, a mark of authority now under scrutiny. The magistrate's mind turned to Trajan's edicts, their promise of prosperity tied to fair governance. The basilica's columns seemed to lean in, witnesses to his decision, their marble a testament to Rome's commitment to justice, a grandeur that defined its soul. As dusk approached, the basilica's interior grew dim, its corners swallowed by shadow, yet the proceedings continued with unwavering focus. A young advocate rose, his tunic crisp and his words polished, defending the tax collector with arguments drawn from precedent. Marcus listened, his gaze shifting to a fresco on the wall, its depiction of scales held by Justitia, the goddess of fairness, her blindfold a symbol of impartiality. The air cooled, carrying the faint tang of oil from a nearby lamp, its flame a steady companion to the night's work. He felt the pulse of Rome's order, a living force that bound its people, its grandeur a quiet strength within these walls. The night deepened, and the basilica transformed into a sanctuary of thought, its vastness a cradle for justice's delicate threads. Marcus delivered his verdict, his voice resonant with authority. The grain is returned to the merchant, the tax collector reprimanded. The crowd murmured, a wave of relief and discontent. But the magistrate's decision stood firm, upheld by the law's unyielding hand. He rose, his joints protesting the long hours, and stepped into a window, gazing out at the forum's fading lights. The basilica was more than a courtroom. It was the empire's conscience, its grandeur a reflection of a people who valued order above chaos. As the moon rose, casting silver through the windows, the basilica's silence was broken by the rustle of departing litigants, their sandals scuffing the floor in retreat. Marcus lingered, his hand resting on a column, its cool surface a reminder of Rome's enduring foundation. He thought of the senators who had debated here, the judges who had shaped its laws, the citizens who relied on its fairness. The air grew still, save for the distant hoot of an owl from the Palatine, a natural note in the city's symphony. The basilica's grandeur lay in its purpose, a guardian of justice that held the empire together, its heart beating with the rhythm of equity. The night's quiet deepened, and the basilica stood as a sentinel of order, its marble aglow with lunar light. Marcus traced the edge of a bench, its wood worn by generations, and felt a kinship with those who had sat here before. He recalled a tale of Cicero, whose eloquence had once filled this space, and smiled, knowing his own small role continued that legacy. The air carried a hint of rain from the approaching Tiber, a promise of renewal. The basilica was Rome's soul, its grandeur a living testament to a civilization that thrived on justice, its stones a foundation for eternity. As dawn's first light crept through the windows, the basilica stirred with the promise of a new day. Marcus stepped outside, his breath visible in the cool air, and looked back at the structure, its columns a silent chorus of strength. He thought of the disputes yet to come, the laws yet to be written, the order yet to be upheld. The forum beyond hummed with waking life, but the basilica remained its anchor, its grandeur a beacon of Rome's unassailable spirit, a heart that pulsed with the empire's enduring will. The midday sun blazed overhead, transforming the sprawling complex of Trajan's baths into a shimmering oasis amid Rome's restless heart. Its vast dome and tiered arches rose like a cathedral of leisure, their golden stone reflecting the sky's azure embrace, while steam curled upward from hidden furnaces, a delicate veil dancing in the warm air. The scent of lavender and eucalyptus wafted from the caldarium, mingling with the faint musk of oiled skin and the crisp tang of fresh water cascading from ornate fountains. This was no mere bathhouse, it was a triumph of Roman ingenuity, a sanctuary where the empire's grandeur extended to every citizen, its marble halls a testament to a civilization that celebrated both power and pleasure. Within the tepidarium, Aemilia Livia, a merchant's wife with a cascade of dark hair pinned by a golden clasp, reclined on a cushioned bench, her stola discarded for a linen wrap. Her eyes traced the intricate mosaics beneath her feet, where dolphins leaped amid swirling waves, their colors a vibrant ode to the sea. Around her, men and women of all stations chatted softly, their voices a gentle ripple in the steamy air, soldiers fresh from the legions, scribes with ink-stained fingers, and children splashing in the shallow pools. Aemilia marveled at the bath's accessibility, a gift from Trajan that bridged class divides, its luxury a reflection of Rome's boundless generosity, its warmth a heartbeat of communal pride. As the afternoon wore on, the caldarium's heat enveloped the space, its walls glistening with condensation, a testament to the engineers who had mastered fire and water. Aemilia stepped into the hot pool, the water lapping at her skin like a lover's touch, its warmth seeping into her bones. Nearby, an attendant rubbed oil into a senator's shoulders, his hands deft and sure, while a group of youths debated philosophy, their laughter echoing off the vaulted ceiling. The air grew rich with the scent of myrrh from a nearby altar, a nod to the gods who blessed this haven. She felt the bath's grandeur, a living monument to Rome's ability to nurture its people, its steam a shroud over a society that thrived on unity. Beyond the main hall, the frigidarium stood as a cool counterpoint, its marble basin filled with water drawn from distant springs, its air crisp and invigorating. Aemilia dipped a toe into the chill, a sharp contrast to the caldarium's embrace, and watched as a burly legionary emerged, his skin flushed with vigor. The room's walls bore frescoes of nymphs and rivers, their colors vivid against the white stone, a celebration of nature tamed by a Roman will. The sound of dripping water punctuated the quiet, a rhythmic pulse that mirrored the city's life. She sensed the bath's purpose, a place where luxury met discipline, its grandeur a bridge between the empire's might and its citizens' well-being. As the sun began its descent, casting a golden sheen over the bath's outer courtyard, Emilia joined a circle of women under a colonnade, their voices weaving tales of trade and family. A vendor approached, offering cups of spiced wine, its aroma a warm invitation amid the cooling air. The courtyard's fountains danced, their spray catching the light like scattered jewels, while children chased each other around a statue of Neptune, his trident raised in triumph. Emilia felt a surge of pride, knowing these baths, commissioned by Trajan, were a gift to Rome's soul, its luxury a symbol of a people cared for, its grandeur a flame that warmed the empire's heart. The evening light softened, painting the baths in hues of rose and lavender, as the crowd thinned, leaving an intimate glow. Emilia lingered by a mosaic pool, its tiles depicting a harvest scene, the grapes and wheat a tribute to Rome's abundance. An old man, his face etched with years, sat nearby, recounting stories of the bath's construction, thousands of workers, tons of marble, a vision brought to life. The air carried the faint scent of jasmine from a nearby garden, a delicate note in the evening symphony. She felt the bath's legacy, a place where Rome's greatness was shared, its luxury a testament to a civilization that lifted all its children. As night fell, the bath's interior glowed with the flicker of oil lamps, their light dancing on the walls like stars brought earthbound. Emilia watched as a group of musicians tuned their lyres, their notes a soft prelude to the evening's relaxation. The steam rose again, a gentle mist that softened the room's edges, while the sound of water lapping against the pools created a soothing rhythm. She thought of the aqueducts that fed this place, the labor that built it, the emperor who envisioned it. The baths stood as a monument to Rome's heart, its grandeur a living pulse that embraced every citizen, a legacy of care etched in stone. The night deepened, and the baths became a haven of quiet reflection, its vastness a cradle for weary souls. Emilia sat by a window, the cool glass against her hand, gazing out at the forum's distant lights. She recalled the day's bustle, the laughter, the shared moments, and felt a connection to the city that offered such splendor. The air grew still, carrying only the faint hum of the Tiber, a river that sustained Rome's life. The bath's luxury was more than comfort. It was a symbol of the empire's strength, its grandeur a beacon that shone for all, a heart that beat with generosity. As the first stars pierced the sky, the bath's courtyard emptied, leaving Emilia alone with the night's embrace. She traced a finger along a marble bench, its surface smooth from countless touches, and thought of the generations who had bathed here. The air carried a hint of cedar from the woodwork, a grounding scent amid the night's magic. She felt the bath's purpose, a place where Rome's greatness was made tangible, its luxury a gift to its people, its grandeur a flame that would light the empire's future. The twilight sky draped a velvet cloak over the Palatine Hill, where the imperial palace of Trajan stood as a crown jewel atop Rome's storied heights. Its sprawling halls stretched like the arms of a benevolent giant, their walls adorned with frescoes of crimson and gold, depicting the gods in their celestial dance. The air shimmered with the scent of blooming roses from the palace gardens, mingling with the faint tang of polished bronze from ornate braziers that lined the corridors. This was no mere residence. It was the epicenter of an empire, a sanctuary where Trajan's vision for Rome's greatness took root, its grandeur a reflection of a ruler whose legacy would echo through eternity. Within the triclinium, a vast dining hall, Trajan reclined on a cushioned couch, his tunic a deep purple that mirrored the sky outside. Before him, a table groaned under platters of roasted peacock, figs dripping with honey, and amphorae of Falernian wine, their ruby depths catching the flicker of lamplight. His advisors, clad in togas of pristine white, gathered close, their faces a gallery of reverence and ambition as they discussed the empire's expansion. The walls bore murals of victories past, their colors vivid with the memory of triumph, while the mosaic floor gleamed with scenes of the Tiber's flow. Trajan felt the weight of his dominion, a mantle of power that rested lightly on his shoulders, the palace's grandeur a testament to his reign's glory. As night deepened, the palace's atrium opened the stars, its central pool reflecting the heavens like a mirror of the god's realm. Trajan stepped onto the marble tiles, his sandals whispering against their cool surface, and gazed at the constellations above, each a guide to Rome's destiny. A slave approached, his tunic simple but clean, bearing a tray of dates stuffed with almonds, their sweetness a quiet offering to the emperor's contemplation. The air grew rich with the scent of myrrh burning in a nearby censer, a tribute to Jupiter's favor. Trajan sensed the palace's pulse, a living embodiment of Rome's might, its halls a stage where the empire's future was shaped, its grandeur a crown for a city that ruled the world. Beyond the atrium, the palace's peristyle garden unfolded, its columns framing a sanctuary of greenery where fountains bubbled with a gentle melody. Trajan walked among the roses, their petals soft against his fingers, and paused by a statue of Apollo, its bronze form aglow in the moonlight. His thoughts turned to the provinces, Gaul, Britannia, Dacia, each a thread in the empire's vast tapestry, woven together by his decrees. The air carried a hint of damp earth from the garden's soil, a grounding note amid the palace's opulence. He felt the weight of his legacy, a ruler who had built not just armies but a vision, the palace's grandeur a monument to a Rome that embraced all its children. As the night wore on, the palace's throne room stood silent, its golden throne empty yet commanding, a symbol of Trajan's authority. The walls here were clad in porphyry, their deep purple veined with white, a stone fit for an emperor. Trajan entered, his presence filling the space, and ran a hand along the throne's armrest, its surface cool and unyielding. A tapestry hung nearby, depicting the founding of Rome, Romulus, and Remus, beneath the she-wolf's watchful gaze, a reminder of the city's origins. The air grew still, save for the faint crackle of a brazier, its warmth a quiet companion. The palace was the empire's nerve center, its grandeur a reflection of a ruler whose ambition knew no bounds, a heart that beat with Rome's eternal dream. The moon reached its zenith, bathing the palace in a silver glow, its light seeping through the high windows of the library. Trajan sat among scrolls, their parchment yellowed with age, detailing the histories of his predecessors. A librarian, an old man with trembling hands, presented a map of the empire, its borders stretching from the Atlantic to the Euphrates. The air carried the scent of ink and leather, a scholarly aroma that grounded the emperor's thoughts. He traced the lines of Dacia, recalling the victories that had expanded Rome's reach, and felt a surge of pride. The palace's grandeur lay in its wisdom, a repository of knowledge that fueled the empire's growth, its walls a guardian of its past. As the night deepened, the palace's corridors grew quiet, their echoes softened by the hour. Trajan stood on a balcony overlooking the city, the forum's distant lights a constellation at his feet. The air was cool, carrying the faint hum of the Tiber, a river that had borne Rome's rise. He thought of the aqueducts he had built, the roads he had laid, the baths he had gifted to his people. The palace was more than a home. It was a symbol of his care, its grandeur a promise to a city that thrived under his rule, a beacon that illuminated the empire's future. The stars began to fade, yielding to the first blush of dawn as the palace stirred with the promise of a new day. Trajan lingered, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where the 7 hills stood as sentinels of Rome's glory. The air carried a hint of dew from the gardens, a fresh note in the morning's embrace. He felt the weight of his reign, a ruler who had shaped an empire, the palace's grandeur a testament to his vision, a heart that pulsed with the city's eternal might. As the first light touched the palace, its walls glowed with a golden warmth, a new day dawning over Trajan's domain. He stepped back inside, his steps resolute, ready to face the challenges ahead. The air grew rich with the scent of bread baking in the palace kitchens, a simple promise of sustenance amid the opulence. The palace stood as Rome's crown, its grandeur a reflection of an emperor who had built a legacy, a heart that beat with the rhythm of an empire destined to endure. The first light of dawn crept through the shutters of Gaius Marcellus's domus on the Aventine Hill, casting golden slivers across the atrium's mosaic floor, where nymphs danced in eternal revelry. The air held the crisp scent of dew-kissed rosemary from the garden beyond, mingling with the faint musk of parchment scrolls piled high on a cedar table. Gaius rose from his bed, his toga already laid out by a diligent slave, its folds a pristine white edged with the purple stripe of his senatorial rank. This was no ordinary morning, it was a call to duty, a sacred ritual where honor bound him to Rome's service, his home a microcosm of the empire's unyielding virtues. In the atrium, Gaius stood before the household lararium, a small shrine adorned with figurines of the gods, their bronze surfaces gleaming in the dawn's embrace. He offered a pinch of incense, its smoke curling upward like a prayer, a silent vow to Jupiter to guide his decisions. The air grew warm with the scent of myrrh, a grounding note as he whispered thanks to his ancestors, their wax masks lining the walls, each a stern reminder of the honor he carried. His wife, Livia, joined him, her stola a soft blue, her hands arranging a bowl of figs as an offering. Gaius felt the weight of his role, a senator whose every choice shaped Rome's fate, his duty a flame that burned with the city's eternal spirit. As the sun climbed higher, Gaius moved to his tablinum, a study bathed in morning light, its walls lined with scrolls of law and history. He sat at a desk of polished oak, his fingers tracing the edge of a wax tablet, its surface etched with notes for the day's Senate meeting. The air carried the faint tang of ink, as a scribe, a young freedman named Titus, presented a freshly copied edict from Trajan, its words a call for unity in the provinces. Gaius read aloud, his voice steady, testing the phrases he would soon deliver, each syllable a testament to the honor that defined his station. This room was his sanctuary, a crucible of thought where duty to Rome took shape, its quiet a canvas for the empire's future. Outside, the domus stirred with life, the courtyard echoing with the soft clatter of a slave grinding spelt for the morning's bread. Gaius stepped into the garden, the air rich with the scent of blooming lavender, its purple blooms a mirror to his toga's trim. He paused by a fountain, its water sparkling in the sunlight, and watched a sparrow dip its beak, a fleeting moment of peace before the day's demands. His thoughts turned to the Senate, the debates over grain taxes, the unrest in Dacia, the need for new aqueducts, each issue a thread in the tapestry of Rome's governance. Duty was his compass, honor his guide, and this morning ritual a sacred preparation for the empire's service. As mid-morning approached, Gaius donned his toga, its weight a familiar burden, and prepared to depart for the curia. Livia adjusted its folds, her hands gentle but firm, her eyes meeting his with a shared understanding of his role's gravity. The air grew warm with the scent of freshly baked bread from the kitchen, a simple reminder of the home he served to protect. He stepped into the street, his litter bearers waiting, their tunics a crisp white, their faces etched with loyalty. The city hummed around him, its 7 hills a backdrop to his journey, each step a reaffirmation of the honor that bound him to Rome's destiny, its virtus a flame in his heart. The journey to the Forum was a procession of its own, the streets alive with vendors calling out their wares, their voices a lively chorus. Gaius's litter passed a baker's stall, the air thick with the aroma of spelt loaves, their crusts golden from the oven's kiss. Children darted through the crowd, their laughter a bright note in the city's symphony, while a group of legionaries marched past, their armor glinting in the sun. He felt a surge of pride, knowing his duty ensured their safety, their future, their Rome. The city was a living testament to the virtues he upheld, its pulse a rhythm of honor that drove every citizen forward. As he neared the forum, the Curia loomed ahead, its facade a fortress of marble and resolve, its steps worn by centuries of governance. Gaius dismounted, his sandals firm on the cobblestones, and glanced at the rostra nearby, where he would soon speak. The air carried the faint scent of incense from a nearby temple, a sacred note amid the forum's bustle. He thought of Trajan's vision, the emperor's call for a stronger empire, and felt the weight of his role in that dream. Duty was not a choice, but a sacred oath. Honor the bedrock of his service, and this morning's journey a prelude to Rome's eternal march. Inside the Curia, the air was cool, scented with the cedar of the benches where senators gathered, their togas a sea of white and purple. Gaius took his place, his presence a steady anchor amid the rising voices, each senator a guardian of Rome's virtues. He unfolded his tablet, his words ready to shape the day's decisions, his heart aligned with the empire's needs. The Curia was a crucible of honor, its walls echoing with the debates that had built Rome, and Gaius, in this morning's light, stood as its steadfast servant, his duty a flame that would guide the city through another day. The dawn broke over the rolling hills beyond Rome's walls, where the Castra Praetoria stood as a bastion of military might, its stone ramparts kissed by the first rays of a fiery sun. The air trembled with the distant roar of a lion from the emperor's menagerie, blending with the sharp tang of leather and iron as legionaries prepared for the day's ritual. A vast courtyard stretched before the barracks, its gravel dusted with morning dew, where a cohort of recruits stood in disciplined ranks, their tunics a sea of crimson beneath the gleam of polished armor. This was no ordinary morning, it was a sacred rite, the swearing of the sacramentum, where honor bound each man to Rome's eagle, their loyalty a cornerstone of the empire's unyielding virtues. Tiberius Flavius, a centurion with a face carved by years of battle, stood at the head of the formation, his lorica segmentata glinting like a second skin, his vine staff a symbol of unyielding authority. His eyes, gray as a storm cloud, surveyed the recruits, each man a raw promise of Rome's future, their faces a mix of nerves and pride. The air grew warm with the scent of burning pine from a nearby altar, a tribute to Mars, the god of war, whose statue loomed over the scene, its bronze spear raised in eternal vigilance. Tiberius felt the weight of this moment, a tradition that had forged legions for centuries, its honor a flame that burned in every soldier's heart, its loyalty the bedrock of Rome's dominion. As the sun climbed higher, casting long shadows across the courtyard, a priest in flowing white robes stepped forward, his hands bearing a bowl of sacred oil, its surface shimmering with the dawn's reflection. He anointed the altar, his voice rising in a chant to invoke Mars's favor. The words, a rhythmic drumbeat that echoed through the ranks. The recruits stood straighter, their shoulders squared, as the air thickened with the scent of olive oil and the faint musk of sweat-soaked wool. Tiberius raised his staff, his voice a thunderclap that cut through the morning stillness. Soldiers of Rome, today you pledge your lives to the eagle, to the emperor, to the eternal city. The oath was more than words. It was a covenant, a binding of honor that would carry them through blood and fire. Each recruit stepped forward, one by one, to lay a hand on the altar, their voices trembling yet resolute as they swore the sacramentum. I will obey my commanders, defend the empire, and never desert my post. The air pulsed with their declarations, a chorus of loyalty that rose like a hymn to the gods above. Tiberius watched, his chest swelling with pride, remembering his own oath decades ago on a similar dawn, the memory a scar on his soul as vivid as the ones on his flesh. The castra's walls seemed to lean in, witnesses to this rite, their stones a testament to the virtues that had built Rome's legions, a legacy of honor that endured through the ages. As the ceremony continued, the courtyard filled with the clatter of armor as the recruits moved in unison, their drills a dance of precision under Tiberius's watchful eye. A young soldier, Lucius, barely 20, stood out among them, his grip on his gladius firm, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. The air carried the scent of freshly polished steel, a sharp note amid the morning's warmth, as Lucius repeated the oath, his voice steady, a promise to uphold Rome's honor with every breath. Tiberius nodded, seeing in him the spirit of a true legionary, a man whose loyalty would strengthen the empire's shield, its virtues a flame that would guide him through the trials ahead. The sun reached its zenith, bathing the castra in a golden glow as the oath-taking concluded with a final prayer to Mars. The priest raised his arms, his robes billowing like wings, and the recruits knelt, their heads bowed in reverence. The air grew rich with the scent of laurel leaves scattered on the altar, a symbol of victory that Rome expected of them. Tiberius stepped forward, his voice softer now, a father's tone to his men. You are Rome's sons, her shield, her sword. Carry her honor into every battle. The words were a mantle they would bear, a duty that bound them to the empire's heart, its loyalty a chain forged in the fire of this sacred moment. As afternoon shadows lengthened, the recruits dispersed to their barracks, their laughter and chatter a bright thread in the castra's stern tapestry. Tiberius lingered by the altar, his hand resting on its cool stone, his thoughts drifting to the campaigns ahead. Dacia, Parthia, the endless march of Rome's ambition. The air cooled, carrying the faint tang of sweat and leather, a reminder of the men who had stood here before him, their oaths a foundation for the empire's might. He felt the weight of their loyalty, a force that had conquered the world, its virtues, a flame that burned in every legionary's soul, a legacy that would echo through time. The day waned, and the castra grew quiet, its courtyard bathed in the soft hues of dusk. Tiberius walked its perimeter, his steps steady on the gravel, his gaze fixed on the horizon where Rome's destiny lay. The air carried the distant murmur of the Tiber, a river that had borne the empire's rise, its flow a constant companion to his thoughts. He thought of Trajan, the emperor whose vision drove them, and of the honor that bound every soldier to his will. The castra was more than a fortress, it was a crucible of loyalty, its walls a testament to the virtues that defined Rome, a heart that beat with the rhythm of its legions. As night fell, the castra's torches flickered to life, their flames casting a warm glow over the barracks. Tiberius stood alone, his silhouette framed against the firelight, feeling the weight of the day's oath settle upon him. The air grew still, scented with the faint musk of earth from the surrounding fields, a grounding note in the night's embrace. He knew these men, bound by their sacramentum, would carry Rome's honor into the future, their loyalty a flame that would light the empire's path, a virtus that would endure through the ages. The evening descended like a royal mantle over the Esquiline hill, where the sprawling villa of Lucius Cornelius, a patrician of ancient lineage, glowed with the amber light of 100 oil lamps. Its peristyle garden burst with the fragrance of jasmine and myrtle, their blossoms a vivid tapestry against the marble colonnades, while the distant murmur of the Tiber lent a rhythmic pulse to the night. Within the triclinium, a grand dining hall, tables groaned under the weight of a feast. Roasted boar, glazed with honey, platters of oysters from the Tyrrhenian Sea, and amphorae of aged Falernian wine, their surfaces etched with scenes of harvest. This was no mere meal. It was a celebration of Roman honor, a testament to the virtues that define the elite, its grandeur a mirror to the empire's splendor. Lucius reclined on a cushioned couch, his toga a cascade of white, edged with a broad purple stripe, his face weathered yet commanding, a patriarch presiding over his domain. Around him, guests gathered, senators with voices honed by debate, merchants whose wealth rivaled the treasury, and poets whose words wove Rome's glory into verse. The air thickened with the scent of roasted meat, and the faint sweetness of rosewater sprinkled on the floor, a gesture of hospitality that honored every guest. Lucius raised a goblet, its silver surface catching the lamplight, and proclaimed, "To Rome, to its honor, to the bonds that unite us." The toast was a ritual, a pledge of virtues that bound them to the city's eternal soul, its echo a hymn to their shared duty. As the feast progressed, the triclinium came alive with a symphony of voices, each guest a thread in the fabric of Rome's elite. A senator recounted a tale of the Dacian campaign, his hands gesturing to mimic the clash of swords, while a merchant boasted of silks from the east, their colors a riot on a nearby table. The air grew warm with the scent of cinnamon from a spiced wine, its aroma wafting from a servant's tray, blending with the soft rustle of silk as a poet adjusted his cloak. Lucius watched, his heart swelling with pride, knowing this gathering upheld the honor of his class, its grandeur a reflection of Rome's ability to unite its people in celebration, a flame that burned with the city's virtues. Beyond the hall, the garden shimmered under the moon's silver gaze, its fountains casting playful arcs of water that caught the light like scattered diamonds. Lucius stepped outside, a goblet in hand, and joined a circle of guests near a statue of Venus, her marble form aglow with lunar grace. A young noble, his tunic crisp and his eyes bright, recited a poem of Rome's founding, his voice a gentle cadence against the night's stillness. The air carried the faint tang of citrus from an orange grove, a delicate note amid the feast's richness. Lucius felt the weight of hosting, a duty to honor his ancestors, his villa a beacon of Rome's elite virtus, its grandeur a testament to a lineage that shaped the empire. As the night deepened, the triclinium's lamps burned brighter, their flames dancing on the walls where frescoes depicted triumphs and harvests, a gallery of Rome's past. A musician struck a lyre, its notes a soft melody that wove through the chatter, while servants refilled goblets with wine, their movements a ballet of service. Lucius rose, his voice resonant, to propose a toast to Trajan, whose wisdom had enriched them all, the emperor's name a spark that ignited cheers. The air grew heavy with the scent of myrrh from a nearby altar, a tribute to the gods who blessed this gathering. This feast was more than indulgence. It was a ritual of honor, its grandeur a mirror to Rome's soul, a heart that beat with the virtues of its people. The moon climbed higher, casting a silver veil over the villa as the guests moved to the peristyle for a night of poetry and debate. Lucius stood by a fountain, its water a mirror to the stars, and listened as a philosopher expounded on the virtues of duty, his words a quiet storm. The air cooled, carrying the faint hum of cicadas from the garden, a natural chorus to the night's revelry. He thought of his father, who had hosted similar feasts and felt a connection to that legacy, a chain of honor that linked him to Rome's past. The villa's grandeur lay in its purpose, a sanctuary where virtus was celebrated, its walls a testament to a city that thrived on duty and pride. As midnight approached, the feast's energy softened, the triclinium now a haven of intimate conversation. Lucius sat with an old friend, a general whose scars told tales of Parthia, their voices low as they recalled campaigns past. The air grew rich with the scent of extinguished lamps, their smoke a gentle farewell to the night's revelry, blending with the lingering sweetness of wine. A servant cleared the tables, his movements silent, while a poet lingered, his quill scratching a final verse. Lucius felt the weight of hosting, a duty that honored Rome, its grandeur a flame that warmed the hearts of those who served the empire, a virtus that would endure through time. The night waned, and the villa's courtyard grew still, its fountains a soft lullaby under the fading stars. Lucius stood at the threshold, his gaze sweeping the garden where the last guests departed, their silhouettes framed by the moonlit colonnades. The air carried a hint of damp earth from the Tiber's reach, a grounding note amid the night's opulence. He thought of the honor he had upheld, the bonds he had strengthened, the virtues he had celebrated. The villa was more than a home. It was a temple of Rome's elite, its grandeur a reflection of a people united by duty, a heart that beat with the empire's eternal rhythm. As dawn's first light brushed the horizon, the villa stirred with the promise of a new day. Lucius lingered, his hands resting on the peristyle's cool marble, feeling the weight of the night's honor settle upon him. The air grew fresh with the scent of morning time, a gentle awakening amid the villa's grandeur. He knew this feast had been more than a gathering. It was a reaffirmation of Rome's virtus, a legacy he carried forward, a flame that would light the empire's path through the ages. The midday sun blazed atop the Capitoline Hill, igniting the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus with a halo of divine radiance, its towering columns of Pentelic marble gleaming like the bones of the gods themselves. The air thrummed with the sacred aroma of burning frankincense, rising in thick spirals from the altar at the temple's heart, blending with the crisp scent of laurel leaves scattered in reverence. The structure's vast pediment loomed overhead, its frieze a tableau of celestial triumph, Jupiter hurling thunderbolts, flanked by Juno and Minerva, carved with a precision that spoke of Rome's devotion. This was no ordinary sanctuary. It was the spiritual crown of the empire, a place where honor was offered to the gods, its grandeur a bridge between mortal ambition and divine favor. Within the temple's shadowed interior, Gaius Marcellus, the seasoned senator, stood before the altar, his toga a ripple of white against the golden glow of votive lamps. His hands trembled slightly as he presented a silver statuette of Jupiter, its eyes inlaid with onyx, a gift to secure the god's blessing for Rome's prosperity. The air grew heavy with the musk of melted wax and the faint tang of sacrificial wine, its crimson droplets staining the altar stone. Priests in robes of deep crimson moved silently, their chants a low rumble that resonated through the marble, invoking Jupiter's might. Gaius felt the weight of this ritual, a duty that bound him to the divine, his honor a flame kindled by the temple's eternal presence, its virtus a lifeline to the empire's soul. As the ceremony unfolded, the temple's vastness filled with a gathering of citizens, their sandals scuffing the polished floor, their faces a mosaic of awe and reverence. A young priestess, her veil a cascade of white, approached the altar with a basket of bread, its warm scent rising to mingle with the incense, an offering to ensure the city's harvest. The air pulsed with the rhythm of their prayers, a chorus that rose to the vaulted ceiling, where the faint echo of a dove's coo hinted at divine approval. Gaius watched, his heart swelling with pride, knowing this act of worship upheld Rome's honor, its grandeur a testament to a people who revered the gods as the source of their strength, a sacred bond that fueled the empire's might. Beyond the altar, the temple's cellar opened to a view of the Capitoline's heights, where the city sprawled below like a living map, its 7 hills a testament to Rome's rise. Gaius stepped closer, his gaze lifting to the statue of Jupiter, its colossal form sheathed in gold leaf, its eyes piercing the dimness with a godlike stare. The air carried the faint scent of olive oil from the lamps, a grounding note amid the divine atmosphere. He recalled the legends of the temple's founding, its stones laid by Tarquin the Proud, and felt a connection to that ancient honor, a virtus that had carried Rome from a village to a world power. This sanctuary was more than a place of worship. It was the empire's spiritual heart, its grandeur a flame that burned with divine favor. As afternoon waned, the temple's courtyard buzzed with pilgrims, their offerings, coins, garlands, jars of honey, piled high before the steps. Gaius joined a group of senators, their togas a sea of purple-edged white. As they discussed the day's sacrifices, their voices a quiet storm of strategy and faith. The air grew warm with the scent of roasted lamb from a nearby altar, its smoke curling upward as a priest slit the animal's throat, a crimson offering to appease Jupiter's wrath. Gaius felt the weight of this duty, a ritual that ensured Rome's prosperity, its honor a shield against chaos, its grandeur a mirror to the gods' approval, a virtus that defined the empire's destiny. The sun dipped lower, casting a golden shroud over the temple, its columns standing like sentinels against the fading sky. A procession approached, led by a high priest whose staff tapped the stone with a rhythmic beat, his robe a river of crimson edged with gold. Behind him marched acolytes bearing laurel wreaths, their voices rising in a hymn to Jupiter, the sound a wave that washed over the courtyard. Gaius knelt, his hands clasped, feeling the cool marble beneath his knees, a humble gesture before the divine. The temple was a crucible of honor, its walls echoing with the prayers that had sustained Rome, its grandeur a beacon that guided the empire's soul. As dusk settled, the temple's interior glowed with the soft flicker of lamps, their light dancing on the walls where reliefs depicted Jupiter's victories over the Titans, over mortal foes. Gaius lingered, his gaze fixed on the altar, where the day's offerings lay in a heap of devotion, their scents a rich tapestry of faith. The air cooled, carrying the faint hum of the city below, a reminder of the people he served. He thought of Trajan, whose piety had enriched this temple, and felt a surge of duty, a virtus that bound him to the gods and to Rome, its grandeur a living force that pulsed through every stone. The night deepened, and the temple stood as a silent guardian, its columns aglow with moonlight, their shadows stretching like the arms of the gods. Gaius stood alone, his figure a solitary silhouette against the altar, his thoughts drifting to the empire's future: peace, prosperity, honor. The air grew still, scented with the faint musk of extinguished lamps, a farewell to the day's worship. He whispered a final prayer, a promise to uphold Rome's virtues, feeling the weight of this sacred space settle upon him. The temple was more than a structure. It was the empire's spiritual anchor, its grandeur a flame that would light Rome's path through eternity. The morning sun spilled across the rolling vineyards of the Sabine hills, where the villa of Marcus Aurelius, a patrician of stern resolve, stood as a bastion of family honor against the golden horizon. Its terraced gardens cascaded with olive trees, their silver-green leaves shimmering in the breeze, while the air carried the rich scent of crushed grapes from a nearby press, blending with the earthy musk of freshly tilled soil. Within the peristyle, a marble fountain bubbled with a gentle song, its water reflecting the sky's azure expanse, a sanctuary where the lessons of Rome's virtus were passed from father to son. This was no ordinary day. It was a sacred rite of inheritance, a forging of duty and honor in the crucible of familial love, its grandeur a quiet echo of the empire's enduring spirit. Marcus stood beneath the colonnade, his toga a dignified white with a narrow purple stripe, his face etched with the wisdom of 50 winters. Beside him stood his son, Gaius, a boy of 14, his tunic crisp and his eyes bright with the promise of youth. The air warmed with the scent of rosemary from a nearby herb bed, its green sprigs a symbol of memory and strength. Marcus held a wooden sword, its edge dulled for practice, and handed it to Gaius, his voice a steady anchor. "This blade is your honor, my son, a tool to defend Rome, to uphold our name." The boy gripped it, his small hands trembling with determination, feeling the weight of his father's legacy, a virtues that would shape his soul and bind him to the empire's heart. As the sun climbed, casting dappled shadows across the peristyle, Marcus led Gaius to a training ground where a straw dummy stood, its form a mock foe. The air grew crisp with the scent of cut grass, a natural stage for their lesson as Marcus demonstrated a thrust, his movements precise, a dance of discipline honed by years in the forum's debates and the army's ranks. "Virtus is courage, Gaius," he said, his voice resonant, but also restraint, strength tempered by wisdom. The boy mimicked the move, his swing awkward yet eager, the wooden blade whistling through the air. Marcus smiled, seeing in him the spark of Rome's future, its honor a flame passed through generations, its grandeur a quiet pulse in this rural haven. Beyond the training ground, the villa's atrium opened to a view of the distant Tiber, its silver thread winding through the valley, a lifeline to Rome's power. Marcus and Gaius sat on a bench of polished marble, the air now rich with the faint tang of olive oil from a nearby lamp, a reminder of the household's daily toil. Marcus unrolled a scroll, its parchment yellowed with age, detailing the virtues of Cincinnatus, who left his plough for war and returned to it in peace. "This is duty, my son," he explained, his finger tracing the text, "to serve Rome when called, then return to your roots." Gaius listened, his eyes wide, absorbing the lesson, feeling the weight of honor that would guide his life, its virtues a bridge between past and future. As midday approached, the villa's courtyard filled with the soft clatter of slaves preparing a meal, the scent of roasting lamb wafting from the kitchen, its aroma a warm invitation amid the lesson's gravity. Marcus led Gaius to a small shrine in the garden, its altar adorned with figurines of the lares, their clay faces weathered by time. He offered a handful of grain, his voice low. "Honor the gods, Gaius, for they bless our duty." The air grew still, carrying the faint hum of bees from a nearby hive, a natural chorus to their ritual. The boy knelt, mimicking his father, feeling the sacred bond that tied their family to Rome, its grandeur a quiet strength in this intimate act, a virtues that rooted their lineage. The afternoon sun softened, casting a golden hue over the villa as Marcus and Gaius moved to the vineyard, its rows stretching like soldiers in formation. The air was thick with the scent of ripe grapes, their purple clusters a promise of abundance, as Marcus explained the labor of the land. "Virtus is in this work, my son," he said, plucking a grape and handing it to Gaius, "in providing for Rome, in building its wealth." The boy tasted the fruit, its sweetness a lesson in itself, and nodded, understanding the duty that sustained the empire. The vineyard was a living classroom, its grandeur a reflection of Rome's resilience, its honor a flame tended by every citizen. As dusk approached, the villa's peristyle glowed with the flicker of oil lamps, their light dancing on the walls where frescoes depicted pastoral scenes, shepherds, harvests, the Tiber's flow. Marcus and Gaius sat by the fountain, its water a mirror to the fading sky, and spoke of honor's cost. "It may demand sacrifice," Marcus said, his voice soft yet firm, recalling a cousin lost in Dacia. "But it is the price of Rome's greatness." The air cooled, carrying the faint scent of thyme from the garden, a grounding note amid the evening's. "Wait." Gaius listened, his young face solemn, feeling the virtues that would shape his path, its grandeur a quiet pulse in his father's words. The night deepened, and the villa's atrium became a haven of reflection, its mosaic floor aglow with lamplight. Marcus unrolled another scroll, this one detailing the 12 tables, the laws that govern Rome's honor. He read aloud, his voice a steady rhythm, while Gaius traced the letters, his fingers learning the weight of justice. The air grew rich with the scent of extinguished lamps, their smoke a gentle farewell to the day's lessons. Marcus felt a surge of pride, knowing he was forging a son worthy of Rome. Its virtues a flame passed through this sacred teaching, its grandeur a legacy etched in every word. As the stars pierced the sky, the villa stood silent, its gardens a dark embrace around the family's sanctum. Marcus and Gaius stood by the shrine, offering a final prayer to the lares, their voices a duet of devotion. The air carried the faint hum of the Tiber, a river that linked their home to the city's heart. He thought of the honor he instilled, the duty he taught, the virtues that would carry Gaius forward. The villa was more than a house. It was a forge of Rome's soul, its grandeur a quiet strength, a heart that beat with the empire's eternal rhythm. The first light of dawn brushed the horizon, painting the Sabine hills in soft pink as Marcus and Gaius stood on the villa's terrace, their gazes fixed on the distant city. The air grew fresh with the scent of morning dew, a new beginning amid the lessons of the night. Marcus placed a hand on his son's shoulder, feeling the future in his grip, the honor that would guide him. This morning was a promise, of virtues passed from father to son, its grandeur a flame that would light Rome's path through the ages. The morning sun spilled across the rolling vineyards of the Sabine hills, where the villa of Marcus Aurelius, a patrician of stern resolve, stood as a bastion of family honor against the golden horizon. Its terraced gardens cascaded with olive trees, their silver-green leaves shimmering in the breeze, while the air carried the rich scent of crushed grapes from a nearby press, blending with the earthy musk of freshly tilled soil. Within the peristyle, a marble fountain bubbled with a gentle song, its water reflecting the sky's azure expanse, a sanctuary where the lessons of Rome's virtues were passed from father to son. This was no ordinary day. It was a sacred rite of inheritance, a forging of duty and honor in the crucible of familial love, its grandeur a quiet echo of the empire's enduring spirit. Marcus stood beneath the colonnade, his toga a dignified white with a narrow purple stripe, his face etched with the wisdom of 50 winters. Beside him stood his son, Gaius, a boy of 14, his tunic crisp and his eyes bright with the promise of youth. The air warmed with the scent of rosemary from a nearby herb bed, its green sprigs a symbol of memory and strength. Marcus held a wooden sword, its edge dulled for practice, and handed it to Gaius, his voice a steady anchor. "This blade is your honor, my son, a tool to defend Rome, to uphold our name." The boy gripped it, his small hands trembling with determination, feeling the weight of his father's legacy, of virtues that would shape his soul and bind him to the empire's heart. As the sun climbed, casting dappled shadows across the peristyle, Marcus led Gaius to a training ground where a straw dummy stood, its form a mock foe. The air grew crisp with the scent of cut grass, a natural stage for their lesson, as Marcus demonstrated a thrust, his movements precise, a dance of discipline honed by years in the forum's debates and the army's ranks. "Virtus is courage, Gaius," he said, his voice resonant, but also restraint, strength tempered by wisdom. The boy mimicked the move, his swing awkward yet eager, the wooden blade whistling through the air. Marcus smiled, seeing in him the spark of Rome's future, its honor a flame passed through generations, its grandeur a quiet pulse in this rural haven. Beyond the training ground, the villa's atrium opened to a view of the distant Tiber, its silver thread winding through the valley, a lifeline to Rome's power. Marcus and Gaius sat on a bench of polished marble, the air now rich with the faint tang of olive oil from a nearby lamp, a reminder of the household's daily toil. Marcus unrolled a scroll, its parchment yellowed with age, detailing the virtues of Cincinnatus, who left his plough for war and returned to it in peace. "This is duty, my son," he explained, his finger tracing the text. "To serve Rome when called, then return to your roots." Gaius listened, his eyes wide, absorbing the lesson, feeling the weight of honor that would guide his life, its virtues a bridge between past and future. As midday approached, the villa's courtyard filled with the soft clatter of slaves preparing a meal, the scent of roasting lamb wafting from the kitchen, its aroma a warm invitation amid the lesson's gravity. Marcus led Gaius to a small shrine in the garden, its altar adorned with figurines of the lares, their clay faces weathered by time. He offered a handful of grain, his voice low. "Honor the gods, Gaius, for they bless our duty." The air grew still, carrying the faint hum of bees from a nearby hive, a natural chorus to their ritual. The boy knelt, mimicking his father, feeling the sacred bond that tied their family to Rome, its grandeur a quiet strength in this intimate act, a virtus that rooted their lineage. The afternoon sun softened, casting a golden hue over the villa, as Marcus and Gaius moved to the vineyard, its rows stretching like soldiers in formation. The air was thick with the scent of ripe grapes, their purple clusters a promise of abundance, as Marcus explained the labor of the land. "Virtus is in this work, my son," he said, plucking a grape and handing it to Gaius, "in providing for Rome and building its wealth." The boy tasted the fruit, its sweetness a lesson in itself, and nodded, understanding the duty that sustained the empire. The vineyard was a living classroom, its grandeur a reflection of Rome's resilience, its honor a flame tended by every citizen. As dusk approached, the villa's peristyle glowed with the flicker of oil lamps, their light dancing on the walls, where frescoes depicted pastoral scenes, shepherds, harvests, the Tiber's flow. Marcus and Gaius sat by the fountain, its water a mirror to the fading sky, and spoke of honor's cost. "It may demand sacrifice," Marcus said, his voice soft yet firm, recalling a cousin lost in Dacia, "but it is the price of Rome's greatness." The air cooled, carrying the faint scent of thyme from the garden, a grounding note amid the evenings. "Wait." Gaius listened, his young face solemn, feeling the virtues that would shape his path, its grandeur a quiet pulse in his father's words. The night deepened, and the villa's atrium became a haven of reflection, its mosaic floor aglow with lamplight. Marcus unrolled another scroll, this one detailing the 12 tables, the laws that governed Rome's honor. He read aloud, his voice a steady rhythm, while Gaius traced the letters, his fingers learning the weight of justice. The air grew rich with the scent of extinguished lamps, their smoke a gentle farewell to the day's lessons. Marcus felt a surge of pride, knowing he was forging a son worthy of Rome. Its virtus, a flame passed through this sacred teaching, its grandeur, a legacy etched in every word. As the stars pierced the sky, the villa stood silent, its gardens a dark embrace around the family sanctum. Marcus and Gaius stood by the shrine, offering a final prayer to the lares, their voices a duet of devotion. The air carried the faint hum of the Tiber, a river that linked their home to the city's heart. He thought of the honor he instilled, the duty he taught, the virtues that would carry Gaius forward. The villa was more than a house. It was a forge of Rome's soul, its grandeur a quiet strength, a heart that beat with the empire's eternal rhythm. The first light of dawn brushed the horizon, painting the Sabine hills in soft pink. As Marcus and Gaius stood on the villa's terrace, their gazes fixed on the distant city, the air grew fresh with the scent of morning dew, a new beginning amid the lessons of the night. Marcus placed a hand on his son's shoulder, feeling the future in his grip, the honor that would guide him. This morning was a promise, a virtus passed from father to son, its grandeur a flame that would light Rome's path through the ages. The dawn erupted over the rugged plains of Pannonia, a fiery banner unfurling across the sky where the Second Legion Augusta marched toward the wild frontier of Dacia, their standards snapping in the crisp morning breeze. The air thrummed with the rhythmic clank of armor, the sharp tang of oiled steel, and the earthy musk of trampled grass beneath thousands of hobnailed sandals. The legion stretched like a living serpent across the landscape, its cohorts a mosaic of crimson cloaks and gleaming shields, their eagle standards piercing the horizon as a symbol of Rome's unyielding might. This was no mere trek. It was a war hymn, a relentless advance fueled by glory, its grandeur a testament to the empire's conquest, its pulse a drumbeat of Roman destiny. At the vanguard rode Tiberius Flavius, the grizzled centurion whose scarred visage bore the scars of a dozen campaigns, his lurica segmentata a second skin polished to a mirror sheen. His horse snorted, its breath a plume in the cool air, as he surveyed the column, his gray eyes scanning for weakness among the ranks. The air grew warm with the scent of burning pine from a scout's fire, a fleeting signal of their path, blending with the faint whiff of sweat and leather from the soldiers. Tiberius raised his vine staff, his voice a bellow that cut through the march. "Forward, sons of Rome! Dacia awaits our glory." The legion roared in response, their chant a thunder that rolled across the plains, their honor a flame that drove them toward victory, their virtues a shield against the barbarian unknown. As the sun climbed, casting long shadows over the rolling hills, the legion crossed a ford, the icy waters of the Drava River swirling around their calves, a baptism of resolve. The air chilled with the splash of water and the sharp cry of a hawk circling overhead, its wings a silent witness to their advance. Tiberius dismounted, his boots sinking into the muddy bank, and joined the men, his hands guiding a struggling recruit whose shield slipped under the current. "Strength is in unity," he growled, his tone a lesson forged in battle as the soldier regained his footing. The riverbank was a living stage, its stones a testament to Rome's endurance, its grandeur a reflection of the legion's unbreakable spirit, a glory etched in every step. Beyond the ford, the landscape shifted to dense forests, their ancient oaks a cathedral of green, where the wind whispered secrets of Dacian resistance. Tiberius led the vanguard through the shadows, the air growing rich with the scent of moss and pine resin, a natural fortress pierced by the legion's steel. A scout returned, his face flushed, reporting a Dacian outpost ahead, its smoke a faint smudge against the horizon. The centurion's mind raced, plotting the assault, his experience a beacon for the men. The forest was a crucible of war, its grandeur a wild challenge to Rome's might, its honor a prize to be claimed by the empire's relentless advance. As midday heat bore down, the legion paused on a ridge, the air shimmering with the scent of dust and the faint tang of roasted grain from a soldier's ration. Tiberius climbed a boulder, his silhouette a commanding figure against the sky, and addressed the cohort. "Dacia's gold, its lands, its people, they are ours by right." His words painted a vision of triumph, spoil-laden carts, laurel crowns, the emperor's praise, igniting a cheer that shook the ridge. The landscape stretched before them, a patchwork of green and gold, a canvas for Rome's conquest, its glory a flame that burned in every soldier's heart, its virtues a force that would reshape the world. The afternoon brought the first clash, a skirmish with Dacian scouts near a wooded ravine, their cries a wild counterpoint to the legion's disciplined roar. Tiberius drew his gladius, its edge catching the sun, and led the charge, his men a wall of steel against the barbarian arrows. The air grew thick with the scent of blood and pine sap, a battlefield perfume as shields clashed and swords sang. A young legionary fell, his cry cut short, and Tiberius knelt, closing the boy's eyes, his voice a whisper, "Your honor lives with us." The ravine was a theater of war, its grandeur a bloody tribute to Rome's resolve, its glory a mantle borne by the living. As dusk painted the sky in hues of crimson and violet, the legion encamped, their tents a patchwork on the plain, their fires a constellation of defiance. Tiberius stood by the largest blaze, the air warm with the scent of roasting boar and the faint crackle of wood. His men gathered around, their faces illuminated by the flames. He recounted tales of past victories, Teutoburg, Britain, his voice a bard's song that wove glory into their souls. The camp was a fortress of honor, its walls of shields a testament to Rome's might, its virtues a flame that warmed the night, its grandeur a promise of triumph yet to come. The night deepened, and the camp grew quiet, its silence broken only by the occasional hoot of an owl from the forest's edge. Tiberius sat by the fire, his hands tracing the hilt of his gladius, his thoughts drifting to Trajan, the emperor who drove this campaign. The air cooled, carrying the faint hum of the Drava in the distance, a river that marked their path. He felt the weight of their advance, a duty to conquer, an honor to uphold, a glory to seize. The camp was more than a rest. It was a crucible of Rome's will, its grandeur a living force that pulsed with the legion's heartbeat. As the first stars pierced the sky, the legion prepared for the morrow, their armor stacked in orderly rows, their standards planted like trees of steel. Tiberius stood watch, his silhouette a guardian against the night, feeling the pulse of Dacia's defeat in every breath. The air grew still, scented with the faint musk of extinguished fires, a farewell to the day's march. He knew this advance was more than a military move. It was Rome's destiny, its virtues, a flame that would light the path to glory, its grandeur a crown for an empire that conquered all. The dawn broke with a blood-red hue over the Carpathian foothills, where the Second Legion Augusta encircled Sarmizegetusa, the Dacian capital, its stone walls a defiant scar against the forested slopes. The air trembled with the thunder of Roman siege engines, their creaking timbers and taut ropes a prelude to destruction, mingling with the acrid scent of burning pitch and the sharp tang of sweat-soaked leather. The legion's encampment stretched like a steel girdle around the city, its cohorts a disciplined swarm of crimson and iron, their eagle standards piercing the sky as a symbol of Rome's unyielding wrath. This was no mere battle. It was a crucible of conquest, a siege where glory would be carved from the enemy's defeat, its grandeur a testament to the empire's relentless might. Tiberius Flavius stood on a ridge overlooking the city, his lorica segmentata streaked with dust, his vine staff gripped like a scepter of war. His gray eyes narrowed as he studied the walls, their battlements bristling with Dacian warriors, their falx blades gleaming with deadly intent. The air grew thick with the scent of smoke from a nearby ballista, its flaming projectile arcing through the sky to crash against the city's gate, a fiery harbinger of Rome's fury. Tiberius turned to his optio, his voice a growl. "We break them today, or we bury our honor in these hills." The legion roared in response, their chant a war cry that shook the earth, their virtus a flame that burned for victory, their glory a crown to be seized in blood. As the sun climbed, the siege engines unleashed their fury, catapults hurling boulders that shattered against Sarmizegetusa's walls, their impacts a drumbeat of doom. the air filled with the splinter of stone and the screams of defenders as Roman scorpions loosed bolts, their iron tips finding flesh with deadly precision. Tiberius led the first cohort forward, their testudo formation a moving fortress of shields, deflecting arrows that rained like a deadly storm. The ground beneath them was churned to mud, its scent a raw counterpoint to the metallic tang of blood. The siege was a theater of war, its grandeur a brutal ballet of destruction, its glory a prize forged in the crucible of battle. The Dacians answered with ferocity, their warriors pouring boiling oil from the ramparts, its scalding splash a scream against the Roman advance. Tiberius pressed forward, his gladius drawn, his voice a bellow over the chaos. For Rome, for Trajan, for glory. A Dacian falque struck a shield beside him, its curved blade splintering wood, and Tiberius countered, his sword a flash of steel that felled the enemy in a spray of crimson. The air grew heavy with the scent of charred flesh and the bitter musk of fear, a battlefield perfume that fueled the legion's resolve. Sarmizegetusa's walls loomed as a monument to defiance, its fall a testament to Rome's might, its conquest a glory etched in every soldier's heart. As midday heat bore down, the Romans breached the outer gate, their battering ram a relentless beast that splintered oak with a thunderous crack. Tiberius led the charge through the breach, his men a tide of iron that surged into the city, their shields a wall against the Dacian counterattack. The streets of Sarmizegetusa burned, their wooden roofs ablaze, the air thick with the scent of smoke and the wail of civilians fleeing the carnage. A Dacian noble, his armor adorned with gold, rallied his men, but Tiberius met him, their blades clashing in a dance of death, the centurion's strength prevailing as the noble fell. The city was a cauldron of war, its grandeur a fading echo beneath Rome's wrath, its defeat a glory claimed through relentless valor. The afternoon brought the fall of the citadel, its inner sanctum a fortress of stone where King Decebalus made his final stand. Tiberius and his cohort fought room to room, their sandals slick with blood, the air choking with the scent of ash and the metallic tang of spilled life. Decebalus, his crown askew, faced Tiberius in the throne room, his falques raised in defiance, but the centurion's gladius struck true, ending the king's reign in a single thrust. The room fell silent save for the crackle of flames outside, as Tiberius knelt beside the fallen king, whispering, "Rome honors your fight, but claims your land." The citadel was a tomb of Dacian pride, its fall a testament to Roman glory, its conquest a flame that burned with the empire's might. As dusk painted the sky in hues of violet and gold, the legion secured the city, their standards planted atop its highest tower, a beacon of victory. Tiberius stood amid the ruins, the air warm with the scent of smoldering wood and the faint tang of victory's sweat. His men gathered the spoils, gold torques, silver idols, heaps of grain, each a tribute to Trajan's ambition. The centurion looked out over Sarmizegetusa, its fires a constellation of Rome's triumph, and felt the weight of their conquest, a glory forged in blood and fire, its virtues a flame that would light the empire's path. The city's fall was more than a victory. It was a testament to Rome's unyielding will, its grandeur a crown for the ages. The night descended, cloaking the ruins in shadow, as the legion encamped within the broken walls, their fires a defiant glow against the darkness. Tiberius sat by a blaze, his hands tracing the edge of his gladius, its blade stained with the day's work, his thoughts drifting to the men lost, their names a litany of honor. The air cooled, carrying the faint murmur of a nearby stream, a gentle note amid the devastation. He knew this siege had reshaped the empire, its glory a mantle for Rome, its virtus a flame that burned through the ages, its grandeur a story etched in the stones of Sarmizegetusa. As the first stars pierced the sky, the legions celebrated, their voices a chorus of triumph, their cups raised to Trajan, to Rome, to glory. Tiberius stood, his silhouette framed by the firelight, feeling the pulse of victory in every breath. The air grew still, scented with the faint musk of extinguished flames, a farewell to the day's carnage. Sarmizegetusa was broken, its spirit claimed by Rome, its fall a testament to the empire's might, its glory a flame that would light the path to eternity. The late morning sun spilled a golden cascade over the Via Triumphalis, where Rome pulsed with the fervor of a city reborn in victory, its streets a vibrant tapestry of crimson banners and laurel garlands swaying in the warm breeze. The air thrummed with the distant blare of trumpets, the rich scent of roasting meat from sacrificial altars, and the faint tang of incense drifting from every temple. Crowds lined the route, their voices a roaring tide of acclaim as the Second Legion Augusta, fresh from the conquest of Sarmizegetusa, marched in triumph, their armor gleaming, their standards held high as symbols of Rome's unassailable glory. This was no ordinary procession. It was a sacred celebration, a hymn to war's end and conquest's reward, its grandeur a mirror to the empire's eternal might. At the head of the column rode Emperor Trajan, his golden chariot a blazing beacon, its wheels carved with scenes of Dacian defeat, pulled by 4 white stallions whose manes danced in the sun. His purple cloak billowed like a royal storm, his face stern yet radiant, crowned with a laurel wreath that gleamed with every nod to the crowd. The air grew heavy with the scent of myrrh from a priestly escort, their chants a rhythmic pulse that honored Jupiter's favor. Tiberius Flavius, the centurion whose blade had felled Decebalus, marched beside the chariot, his lorica segmentata streaked with the dust of victory, his vine staff raised in salute. Trajan's voice rang out, a command-turned celebration. "Rome, behold your glory!" The cry ignited a thunderous cheer, a virtus that bound soldier and citizen, its grandeur a flame that lit the city's heart. As the procession wound through the forum, the air filled with the clatter of hooves, and the rustle of silk as senators and patricians joined the throng, their togas a sea of white and purple. Captives from Dacia stumbled in chains behind the chariot. Their gold torques and silver idols paraded as spoils, their defeated faces a stark contrast to the jubilant Romans. The scent of roasted lamb from a sacrificial pyre near the temple of Jupiter rose, blending with the sweet aroma of wine spilled in libation, a tribute to the gods. Tiberius glanced at the captives, his chest swelling with pride, knowing their fall had secured Rome's borders, their conquest, a glory etched in every citizen's soul, its honor a mantle borne by the empire's might. The route ascended the Capitoline Hill, where the temple of Jupiter stood as a divine witness, its marble columns aglow with sunlight, its pediment a gallery of celestial triumph. Trajan dismounted, his sandals firm on the sacred steps, and offered a bull's head to the altar, its blood a crimson offering that stained the stone, the air thick with the metallic scent and the priest's chants. The crowd knelt, their voices a unified prayer, as Tiberius and the legion followed, their standards planted before the temple, a symbol of victory consecrated. The hill was a theater of glory, its grandeur a reflection of Rome's divine favor, its virtues a flame that burned with the empire's unyielding spirit. As afternoon light softened, the procession reached the Circus Maximus, its vast arena a cauldron of celebration, its stands packed with citizens waving palm branches and shouting praises. Trajan ascended a dais, his figure a colossus against the sky, and addressed the throng, his voice a resonant tide. Dacia is ours, its wealth ours, its future ours. The air grew warm with the scent of spilled wine and the faint musk of sweat from the cheering masses as gladiators and charioteers paraded, their performances a tribute to Rome's triumph. Tiberius stood guard, his eyes scanning the crowd, feeling the weight of their adulation, a glory shared by every soldier, its grandeur a crown for the empire's heart. The festivities spilled into the evening, the circus aglow with torches, their flames dancing on the walls where frescoes depicted past victories. Musicians struck lyres and horns, their notes a joyous anthem that wove through the air, while dancers in shimmering silks twirled, their movements a celebration of life renewed. The scent of roasted chestnuts and honeyed cakes wafted from vendors, a feast for the senses amid the triumph's grandeur. Tiberius joined his men, their laughter a bright thread in the night, their cups raised to fallen comrades, their honor a flame that warmed the celebration, its virtues a bond that united Rome in victory. As night fell, the Via Triumphalis glowed with the flicker of lamps, its path lined with statues of past conquerors, their stone faces silent witnesses to the day's glory. Trajan led a final procession to the temple of Mars, its altar ablaze with offerings, the air rich with the scent of burning laurel and the faint tang of sacrificial blood. Tiberius knelt beside his emperor, his hands tracing the altar's edge, feeling the weight of their conquest, a duty fulfilled and honor upheld. The temple was a shrine of war's end, its grandeur a reflection of Rome's might, its virtues a flame that would light the empire's future. The stars emerged, a celestial gallery above the city as the celebration waned, the crowd dispersing into the night's embrace. Tiberius stood alone on the Capitoline, his gaze fixed on the Temple of Jupiter, its silhouette a guardian of Rome's glory. The air cooled, carrying the faint hum of the Tiber, a river that had borne this triumph. He thought of the siege, the blood, the victory, and felt a surge of pride, a glory that would echo through the ages, its grandeur a crown for an empire that conquered all, its heart beating with the rhythm of Rome's eternal will. The morning sun pierced the vaulted ceiling of the Temple of Saturn, where the spoils of Dacia lay in gleaming heaps, a glittering testament to Rome's conquest, its golden torques and silver idols casting a radiant glow across the treasury's marble floor. The air shimmered with the scent of polished metal and the faint musk of aged wood from the coffers that lined the walls, each a guardian of the empire's wealth. Outside, the forum buzzed with the murmur of citizens, their voices a tide of awe as they glimpsed the riches through the temple's open doors, a display of power that stretched from the Carpathians to the Tiber's embrace. This was no mere hoard. It was a crown of victory, a symbol of Rome's dominion, its grandeur a flame that burned with the empire's insatiable ambition. Gaius Marcellus, the seasoned senator, stood at the temple's heart, his toga a cascade of white edged with purple, his hands tracing the edge of a golden Dacian torque, its intricate knots a relic of a fallen kingdom. His eyes, sharp with duty, surveyed the spoils, piles of coins stamped with the Sibalis's defiant visage, amphorae of grain that would feed Rome for months, and stacks of furs from the northern forests, their pelts a soft contrast to the metal's gleam. The air grew warm with the scent of cedar from the temple's beams, a grounding note amid the opulence. Gaius felt the weight of this wealth, a power that would fund aqueducts, legions, and Trajan's vision, its glory a testament to Rome's might, its virtues a flame that fueled the empire's growth. As the morning progressed, a procession of magistrates entered, their togas a sea of white, their voices a low hum of calculation as they catalogued the spoils. A scribe, his stylus scratching on a wax tablet, recorded each item, the air thick with the scent of ink and the faint tang of sweat from the labor of counting. Gaius addressed them, his voice resonant. "This wealth is Rome's lifeblood. Use it to strengthen her bones, to pave her roads, to arm her sons." The magistrates nodded, their faces alight with ambition, seeing in the gold a future of grandeur, a power that would elevate the empire to new heights. The temple was a vault of victory, its riches a mirror to Rome's glory, its honor a flame that burned with the city's destiny. Beyond the temple's columns, the forum pulsed with life, its cobblestones echoing with the footsteps of merchants eager to trade Dacian goods, their stalls laden with furs and amber, their voices a chorus of commerce. Gaius stepped outside, the air now rich with the scent of roasted chestnuts from a nearby vendor, a humble note amid the wealth's splendor. He watched a group of children play with a wooden eagle, their laughter a bright thread in the city's tapestry, and felt a surge of pride, knowing this wealth secured their future, its power a shield for Rome's posterity. The Forum was a living stage, its grandeur a reflection of Conquest's bounty, its glory a flame that warmed every citizen's heart. As midday approached, Trajan arrived, his purple cloak a regal storm, his presence commanding silence in the temple. He lifted a Dacian scepter, its gold inlaid with turquoise, and held it aloft, the air shimmering with the crowd's collective gasp. "With this we build," he declared, his voice a thunderclap that echoed through the Forum, painting a vision of new forums, baths, and roads. The air grew heavy with the scent of burning laurel from a nearby altar, a tribute to Saturn's favor. Gaius stood beside his emperor, feeling the power of this moment, a wealth that would reshape Rome, its glory a testament to their shared ambition, its virtues a flame that burned for the empire's future. The afternoon light softened, casting a golden hue over the temple as the spoils were distributed, some to the legions as rewards, some to the state for public works, and some to the temples as offerings. Gaius oversaw the division, his hands steady as he handed a silver idol to a priest. The air warm with the scent of myrrh from the man's censer, a sacred note amid the transaction. He thought of the soldiers who had bled for this wealth, their honor a currency greater than gold, and felt a duty to ensure its use upheld their sacrifice. The temple was a crucible of power, its riches a foundation for Rome's growth, its grandeur a flame that lit the empire's path. As dusk settled, the Forum glowed with the flicker of torches, their flames dancing on the temple's columns, where reliefs depicted Saturn's reign, a reminder of wealth's divine origin. Gaius lingered, his gaze fixed on a pile of Dacian shields, their bronze surfaces etched with defeated symbols, a stark contrast to Rome's eagle. The air cooled, carrying the faint hum of the Tiber, a river that had borne this victory. He recalled the siege, the triumph, the cheers, and felt the weight of this wealth, a power that would fortify Rome, its glory a mantle for the ages, its virtues a flame that burned with the empire's ambition. The night deepened, and the temple stood as a silent guardian, its doors now closed, its riches locked within, a treasure chest for Rome's dreams. Gaius stood outside, his silhouette framed by the torchlight, feeling the pulse of the city around him, its streets alive with whispers of Dacia's fall. The air grew still, scented with the faint musk of extinguished flames, a farewell to the day's work. He knew this wealth was more than metal. It was Rome's future, its power a flame that would light the empire's path, its grandeur a crown for a civilization that conquered all. As the stars emerged, the forum quieted, its cobblestones reflecting the moon's silver glow, a serene counterpoint to the day's fervor. Gaius walked home, his steps steady, the weight of the spoils a quiet burden in his thoughts. The air carried the faint scent of jasmine from a nearby garden, a delicate note amid the night's stillness. He felt the honor of managing this wealth, the power it bestowed, the glory it promised. The Temple of Saturn was more than a vault. It was Rome's heart, its grandeur a reflection of Conquest's reward, a flame that would guide the empire through eternity. The afternoon sun cast a warm amber glow over the war room of the Castra Praetoria, where the walls were adorned with maps of the empire's frontiers, their parchment surfaces etched with the ink of ambition and conquest. The air hummed with the faint rustle of scrolls and the sharp scent of cedar from the polished table at the room's heart, where General Lucius Aelius bent over a map of Parthia, his finger tracing the Euphrates' winding path. Outside, the distant clang of legionary drills echoed through the Roman camp, blending with the crisp tang of leather and the earthy musk of trampled earth. This was no mere meeting. It was the forge of Rome's future, a crucible where strategy shaped glory, its grandeur a testament to the empire's relentless drive, its pulse a war drum beating for the next victory. Lucius, his face weathered by campaigns from Britannia to Dacia, stood tall, his lorica segmentata replaced by a tunic of deep red, its folds a mark of his rank. His graying hair framed eyes that burned with the fire of a tactician, scanning the map where Parthian strongholds loomed like shadows. The air grew rich with the scent of burning myrrh from a small altar in the corner, a tribute to Mars to guide his plans, its smoke curling upward like a prayer. He turned to his officers, their faces a gallery of experience, centurions with scarred hands, tribunes with sharp minds, his voice a steady command. Parthia's wealth and weakness lie in its deserts. We strike where they falter. The room nodded, their honor aflame kindled by his vision, their virtus a force that would carry Rome's glory forward. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the maps, Lucius unrolled a new parchment, its surface marked with the terrain of Mesopotamia, its rivers and oases sketched with meticulous care. The air filled with the faint scratch of a scribe's stylus, recording the general's words, blending with the crisp scent of ink and the distant bark of a guard dog. He pointed to a narrow pass, his finger a blade on the page. Here we ambush their caravans, cut their supply lines. Speed is our weapon. His officers leaned in, their breaths a collective rhythm, seeing the strategy unfold, a plan forged in the crucible of war, its grandeur a reflection of Rome's cunning, its glory a prize to be seized with steel. Beyond the war room, the Castra's courtyard buzzed with preparation, the air warm with the scent of oiled shields and the faint tang of freshly forged spearheads, a symphony of readiness. Lucius stepped outside, his sandals crunching on gravel, and watched as legionaries practiced formations, their shields a moving wall under the fading sun. A young Optio approached, his tunic sweat-stained, reporting the status of the siege engines, their creaking timbers a promise of destruction. The general nodded, feeling the weight of command, a duty to lead Rome's sons to triumph, its honor a flame that burned in every soldier's heart, its virtues a shield against the Parthian threat. As dusk painted the sky in hues of violet and gold, the war room glowed with the flicker of oil lamps, their light dancing on the maps where Lucius plotted his next move. He summoned a scout, his face tanned from desert rides, who described Parthia's defenses, fortified cities, swift horsemen, endless sands. The air grew heavy with the scent of lamp oil and the faint musk of leather from the scout's gear, a grounding note amid the strategy's intensity. Lucius traced a route through the Zagros mountains, his mind weaving a tapestry of feints and assaults, a plan to outmaneuver the enemy, its glory a crown for Rome's ambition, its grandeur a flame that would light the empire's path. The night deepened, and the war room became a sanctuary of thought, its walls lined with scrolls of past campaigns, Caesar's Gaul, Trajan's Dacia, each a lesson etched in ink. Lucius sat, his hands folded, the air cool with the scent of extinguished lamps, his officers debating the merits of a night attack versus a dawn assault. A tribune, his voice eager, proposed using the legion's testudo to breach Parthian walls, his words a spark that ignited discussion. The room was a crucible of intellect, its grandeur a reflection of Rome's strategic might, its virtues a flame that burned with the promise of victory, its honor a mantle for the empire's future. As midnight approached, the castra grew quiet, its courtyard a silhouette of tents under the stars, their fires a constellation of vigilance. Lucius stood by a window, his gaze fixed on the horizon where Parthia lay, the air still, carrying the faint hum of the Tiber in the distance, a river that linked this camp to Rome's heart. He thought of the men who would march, the blood that would spill, the glory that would follow, and felt the weight of his strategy, a duty to conquer, an honor to uphold. The war room was more than a place. It was the empire's mind, its grandeur a flame that would guide the legions to triumph. The first light of dawn brushed the horizon, casting a soft pink over the castra, as Lucius finalized his plans, his hand sketching a final route on the map. The air grew fresh with the scent of morning dew, a new beginning amid the night's labor. He summoned his officers, their faces weary yet resolute, and issued his orders. We march at noon. Parthia will fall. The room pulsed with anticipation, its walls a testament to Rome's will, its virtues a flame that burned for conquest, its glory a crown to be forged in the fires of war. The first light of dawn crept over the Aventine hill, painting the narrow streets of Rome in a soft golden hue, where the bakery of Marcus Tullius erupted with the warm aroma of baking bread, its yeasty scent rising like a hymn to the morning. The air thrummed with the rhythmic thud of wooden paddles against dough, the faint crackle of ovens fueled by olive wood, and the earthy musk of freshly milled spelt spilling from sacks stacked against the stone walls. The bakery's open hearth glowed with a fierce orange, its heat a living pulse that fed the city, its simple facade a humble yet vital thread in Rome's vast tapestry. This was no ordinary dawn. It was the heartbeat of the empire, a daily ritual where bread nourished the people, its grandeur a quiet strength woven into the fabric of Roman life, its honor a flame that sustained the city's soul. Marcus, his hands dusted with flour, like a sculptor of sustenance, stood at the oven's mouth, his tunic stained with the labor of night's work, his face weathered by decades of rising before the sun. The air grew rich with the scent of rosemary-infused dough, a subtle note that mingled with the sharp tang of wood smoke. He slid a peel beneath a loaf, its crust golden and crisp, and slid it into the oven, his movements a dance of precision honed by years. His apprentice, Lucius, a boy of 16 with eager eyes, kneaded beside him, his small hands working the dough with a rhythm learned from his master. Marcus murmured, "This bread is Rome's blood, lad. Feed her well, and she stands strong." The bakery was a crucible of life, its virtues a flame that burned in every loaf, its glory a quiet pulse that fed the empire's heart. As the sun climbed, casting dappled light through the bakery's small window, the street outside stirred with the clatter of early vendors, their voices a chorus of commerce. The air filled with the scent of fresh figs from a passing cart, blending with the bakery's warmth as Marcus loaded a basket with loaves, their surfaces scored with the sign of Fortuna for good fortune. Lucius carried it to the threshold, where a line of citizens formed, senators in pristine togas, laborers with calloused hands, children with wide eyes, all waiting for their daily bread. The bakery was a lifeline, its grandeur a humble mirror to Rome's resilience, its honor a flame that united the city in sustenance, its pulse a rhythm of daily survival. Beyond the counter, the oven's heat intensified, its glow illuminating the walls where faded frescoes depicted harvests and feasts, a gallery of abundance. Marcus wiped sweat from his brow, the air now thick with the scent of baking barley, a coarser bread for the poorer quarters, its simplicity a testament to his duty. He recalled the grain ships from Egypt, their holds brimming with the empire's wealth, and felt a surge of pride, knowing his craft turned that bounty into life. Lucius stoked the fire, his face flushed, asking, "Will we bake for the triumph today?" Marcus nodded, envisioning the loaves for Trajan's feast, their glory a quiet tribute to Rome's victories, its virtues a flame that burned in every citizen's belly. As midday approached, the bakery buzzed with activity, the air warm with the scent of honeyed rolls prepared for a patrician's order, their sweetness a contrast to the day's toil. Marcus shaped a batch, his hands swift, while Lucius swept the floor, the dust rising in faint clouds that danced in the sunlight. A courier arrived, his tunic dusty from the forum, delivering a decree for increased grain rations, the air growing crisp with the scent of wax from the sealed scroll. Marcus read it aloud, his voice steady, feeling the weight of feeding a growing city, its honor a flame that sustained Rome's pulse, its grandeur a quiet strength in every kneaded loaf. The afternoon light softened, casting a golden sheen over the bakery as the ovens cooled and the day's work waned. Marcus sat with Lucius by the hearth, the air now rich with the lingering scent of baked goods and the faint musk of ash, sharing a simple meal of bread and cheese. He spoke of his father, a baker in Nero's time, whose ovens fed the city through fire and famine, his words a legacy passed down. The bakery was a sanctuary of memory, its walls echoing with tales of resilience, its glory a quiet pulse in the empire's daily life, its virtues a flame that burned with the duty to nourish. As dusk settled, the street outside quieted, the air cooling with the scent of evening time from a nearby garden, a gentle note amid the bakery's warmth. Marcus locked the door, his hands tracing the wood worn smooth by years, and gazed at the ovens, their embers a fading glow. He thought of the city sleeping beyond, its people sustained by his labor, and felt a surge of pride, a duty fulfilled, an honor upheld. The bakery was more than a shop. It was Rome's lifeline, its grandeur a humble strength, its pulse a rhythm that beat with the empire's heart. The night deepened, and the bakery stood silent, its walls a guardian of the day's work, its windows reflecting the moon's silver light. Marcus lingered, his silhouette framed by the hearth, feeling the weight of his craft, a glory woven into every loaf. The air grew still, carrying the faint hum of the Tiber, a river that linked his labor to the city's soul. He knew this dawn's bread would rise again tomorrow, its virtus a flame that would feed Rome, its grandeur a quiet crown for the empire's daily life. The midday sun blazed over the Forum Romanum, transforming its sprawling expanse into a vibrant mosaic of color and sound, where the market pulsed with the lifeblood of Rome, its cobblestone aisles alive with the clamor of commerce. The air thrummed with the cries of vendors hawking their wares, the rich scent of saffron from exotic spices, and the faint tang of leather from newly tanned hides stacked in stalls. Canopies of crimson and saffron fluttered in the warm breeze, shading piles of Tyrian purple cloth, amphorae brimming with olive oil, and baskets of figs glistening with morning dew. This was no mere marketplace. It was the empire's beating heart, a crucible of trade where wealth flowed like the Tiber, its grandeur a tapestry woven from the labor of 1,000 hands, its glory a quiet pulse that sustained Rome's soul. Aurelia Vibia, a merchant of sharp wit and weathered grace, stood at her stall, her stola a deep indigo stained with the dust of the road, her hands deftly arranging bolts of silk from the east. Her eyes, bright with the fire of commerce, scan the crowd. Patricians in pristine togas, laborers with calloused hands, children darting through the throng, all drawn to her wares. The air grew warm with the scent of myrrh from a nearby incense burner, a subtle lure to attract buyers, blending with the crisp aroma of cedar from a chest of rare woods. Aurelia called out, her voice a melody above the din, silks to drape your honor, oils to anoint your day. Her trade was a dance of power, its virtues a flame that burned in every transaction, its grandeur a mirror to Rome's boundless reach. As the sun climbed higher, casting dappled shadows across the forum, the market swelled with activity, the air thick with the scent of roasted chestnuts and the faint musk of sweat from the bustling crowd. Aurelia haggled with the senator, her fingers tracing the edge of a purple cloak, its dye a mark of his status, the air buzzing with the clink of coins as they settled on a price. A slave boy darted past, his arms laden with amphorae, their clay surfaces cool to the touch, delivering oil to a baker's stall. She watched, feeling the weight of her role, a merchant whose goods fed the city's life, its honor a flame that united Rome's diverse peoples, its glory a quiet strength in every sold bolt. Beyond her stall, the market unfolded like a living tapestry, its aisles a maze of color and sound. A fishmonger shouted over the splash of water from his basin, the air rich with the briny scent of the Tyrrhenian catch, while a potter displayed amphorae painted with scenes of harvest, their clay warm from the kiln. Aurelia stepped into the throng, her sandals scuffing the stones, and bartered for a sack of saffron, its golden threads a treasure from distant Persia, the air tingling with the spice's pungent aroma. The market was a crucible of culture, its grandeur a reflection of Rome's global reach, its pulse a rhythm of trade that beat with the empire's heart. As afternoon light softened, casting a golden sheen over the forum, Aurelia returned to her stall, the air now warm with the scent of honey from a vendor's stall, a sweet note amid the day's labor. She unpacked a crate of amber from the Baltic, its honeyed glow catching the sun, and displayed it for a patrician lady, her eyes alight with desire. The transaction was swift, the air buzzing with the clatter of denarii, a dance of wealth that fueled Rome's growth. Aurelia felt a surge of pride, knowing her trade enriched the city, its honor a flame that burned in every deal, its glory a quiet crown for the empire's daily life. The market's energy waned as dusk approached, the air cooling with the scent of evening time from a nearby garden, a gentle counterpoint to the day's fervor. Aurelia tallied her earnings, her fingers tracing the coins, their surfaces worn by countless hands, the air still with the faint musk of leather from her satchel. She thought of the caravans that brought her goods, camels trudging through deserts, ships battling the sea, each a thread in Rome's vast web. The market was more than a place. It was the empire's lifeline, its grandeur a humble strength, its pulse a rhythm that sustained the city's soul. As night fell, the forum glowed with the flicker of torches, their flames dancing on the stalls where merchants packed away their wares, the air rich with the scent of extinguished lamps and the faint tang of spilled wine. Aurelia lingered, her silhouette framed by her stall, watching the last customers depart, their footsteps echoing on the stones. The air carried the distant hum of the Tiber, a river that linked her trade to Rome's heart. She felt the weight of her day's work, a glory woven into every sail, its virtues a flame that burned with the duty to nourish the empire, its grandeur a quiet crown for its daily pulse. The stars pierced the sky, a celestial gallery above the silent market, as Aurelia locked her stall, her hands tracing the wood worn smooth by years. The air grew still, scented with the faint musk of earth from the forum's edges, a grounding note amid the night's embrace. She thought of the dawn to come, the trade that would rise again, and felt a surge of honor, a role that sustained Rome. The market was the empire's breath, its grandeur a reflection of its people's labor, a flame that would light the path through eternity. The dawn broke with a soft blush over the rolling fields of the Tiber Valley, where the farmstead of Gaius Sertorius stood as a humble altar to the earth's bounty, its thatched roof aglow with the first light of day. The air shimmered with the scent of dew-kissed barley, the faint musk of oxen stirring in their pen, and the earthy tang of freshly turned soil, a rich perfume that spoke of Rome's roots. The fields stretched like a patchwork quilt, their golden heads swaying in the morning breeze, a testament to the labor that fed the empire's heart. This was no ordinary day. It was a sacred dance with the land, a toil that sustained Rome, its grandeur a quiet strength in every furrow, its glory a flame that burned with the farmer's unyielding devotion. Gaius, his hands calloused from years of gripping the plow, stood at the edge of his field, his tunic a faded gray stained with the earth's embrace, his face lined with the wisdom of seasons. The air grew warm with the scent of crushed clover as he drove his oxen forward, their hooves sinking into the soil, a steady rhythm that echoed the empire's pulse. His wife Flavia worked beside him, her stola hitched up to her knees, her hands scattering millet seeds with a practiced grace, her voice a soft hum of an old harvest song. Gaius paused, wiping sweat from his brow, and murmured, "This land is Rome's life. We sow for her glory." The farm was a crucible of sustenance, its virtues a flame that burned in every planted seed, its honor a quiet pulse that fed the empire's soul. As the sun climbed, casting long shadows across the fields, the air filled with the low bellow of oxen and the faint rustle of barley stalks bending in the wind, a natural symphony of labor. Gaius guided the plow, its iron blade cutting deep into the earth, turning up rich dark soil that clung to his sandals, the scent of it a grounding note amid the morning's warmth. Flavia moved to the vineyard, her fingers deft as she pruned the vines, their grapes a promise of wine for Rome's tables, the air tingling with the tart aroma of unripe fruit. The farmstead was a living canvas, its grandeur a humble reflection of Rome's resilience, its glory a flame that burned with the farmer's toil. Beyond the fields, a small orchard stood, its olive trees heavy with fruit, their silver-green leaves shimmering in the sunlight. Gaius walked among them, the air rich with the scent of olives and the faint musk of damp bark, checking each tree for signs of blight, his hands gentle as he plucked a leaf to inspect. A slave boy, Decimus, followed, his arms laden with baskets, his face flushed with the day's work, learning the rhythms of the land under Gaius's watchful eye. The farmer spoke of the olive press, its stone wheels waiting to crush the harvest, a process that would yield oil for Rome's lamps and kitchens, its honor a flame that sustained the empire, its grandeur a quiet strength in every drop. As midday heat bore down, the farmstead's courtyard offered respite, the air warm with the scent of bread baking in a clay oven, its crust a golden promise of nourishment. Gaius and Flavia sat beneath a fig tree, its shade a cool embrace, sharing a meal of bread, cheese, and olives, the air tinged with the sweet aroma of ripe figs dangling above. Their children played nearby, their laughter a bright thread in the day's labor, chasing a lamb that had wandered from its pen. Gaius watched, feeling the weight of his toil, a duty to feed not just his family, but the city beyond, its virtues, a flame that burned in every harvested grain, its glory a quiet pulse that beat with Rome's heart. The afternoon brought the task of irrigation, the air cooling as Gaius diverted water from a nearby stream, its clear flow a lifeline to the fields, its splash a gentle melody against the earth. He worked with a wooden sluice, his hands steady, the scent of wet soil rising like a prayer, while Flavia gathered the day's barley into sheaves, her arms strong from years of harvest. A neighbor passed, his cart laden with wheat for the city, the air buzzing with the creak of wheels and the faint tang of dust. Gaius waved, feeling a kinship with all who worked the land, their labor a collective honor that fed Rome, its grandeur a humble crown for the empire's daily life. As dusk painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, the farmstead glowed with the flicker of oil lamps, their light dancing on the walls where tools hung in orderly rows, a gallery of toil. Gaius sat by the hearth, the air rich with the scent of stewed lentils and the faint musk of wool from Flavia's spinning, recounting tales of harvests past to his children, their eyes wide with wonder. The farm was a sanctuary of memory, its walls echoing with the rhythms of the land, its glory a quiet pulse in the empire's daily life, its virtues a flame that burned with duty to sustain. The night deepened, and the farmstead stood silent, its fields a dark embrace under the stars, their golden heads whispering in the breeze. Gaius stood at the threshold, his silhouette framed by the lamplight, gazing at the land he tended, feeling the weight of his day's work, a glory woven into every furrow. The air grew still, carrying the faint hum of the Tiber, a river that linked his labor to Rome's soul. He knew this toil would rise again tomorrow, its virtues a flame that would feed the empire, its grandeur a quiet crown for its daily pulse. The dawn crept silently over the Palatine Hill, where the grand domus of Senator Gaius Marcellus stirred with the first light, its marble atrium aglow with the soft hues of morning reflecting off a mosaic floor where dolphins danced in eternal waves. The air shimmered with the scent of crushed thyme from the garden, the faint musk of polished bronze from ornate lamps, and the crisp tang of dew clinging to the courtyard's roses. Within these walls, the household hummed with the quiet rhythm of servitude, its every corner tended by hands unseen yet indispensable. This was no ordinary morning. It was the heartbeat of Roman daily life, a dance of duty where slaves bore the burden of luxury, its grandeur a quiet strength in their labor, its honor a flame that burned in their silent service to the empire's elite. Cassia, a slave of 20 summers, moved through the atrium with a clay jug of water, her tunic a simple gray, patched at the knees, her dark hair bound in a tight braid to keep it from her work. Her hands, roughened by years of toil, poured the water into a basin, the air tingling with the cool splash, a ritual to prepare for the senator's morning. The faint scent of lavender rose from the jug, a luxury she had added for her master's comfort, blending with the earthy musk of the atrium's stone floor. Cassia's movements were swift yet deliberate, her eyes downcast but sharp, aware of every sound, the creak of shutters, the murmur of the household waking. Her burden was her life, its virtues a flame that burned in her silent devotion, its glory a quiet pulse that sustained the domus's splendor. As the sun climbed, casting dappled light through the atrium skylight, the air filled with the soft clatter of Cassia's tasks, her sandals scuffing the mosaic as she swept the floor, the dust rising in faint clouds that danced in the sunlight. She moved to the triclinium, where last night's feast had left a scatter of crumbs and wine stains, the air warm with the lingering scent of roasted peacock and the faint tang of spilled Falernian wine. Her hands scrubbed the table, its cedar surface gleaming under her touch, a silent offering to the household's honor. The triclinium was a stage of opulence, its grandeur a reflection of Rome's elite, its pulse a rhythm of servitude that Cassia bore with quiet strength. Beyond the main rooms, the kitchen bustled with the day's preparations, the air thick with the scent of baking bread and the sharp tang of garlic as Cassia chopped herbs for the midday meal. She worked alongside other slaves, their voices a low hum of shared labor, their hands kneading dough, stoking the oven, and grinding spelt with a stone quern. The overseer, a freedman named Titus, barked orders, his tone sharp, the air buzzing with the crackle of the oven's fire. Cassia obeyed, her movements mechanical yet precise, her mind drifting to her childhood in Gaul, a memory of freedom crushed by the weight of chains. The kitchen was a crucible of survival, its grandeur a hidden strength in their toil, its virtues a flame that burned in every prepared dish. As midday approached, the domus filled with the scent of stewed lentils and the faint musk of wool as Cassia moved to the weaving room, her hands now threading a loom, its warp a canvas of crimson for the senator's new cloak. The air grew warm with the rhythm of the shuttle, blending with the distant laughter of Gaius's children playing in the garden, their voices a bright thread in the household's tapestry. She worked quickly, her fingers nimble, knowing the cloak would grace the senate, its threads a silent testament to her labor. The weaving room was a sanctuary of craft, its grandeur a quiet reflection of Rome's luxury, its honor a flame that Cassia bore in her servitude. The afternoon light softened, casting a golden glow over the domus, as Cassia tended the garden, her hands pulling weeds from the rose beds, the air rich with the scent of blooming flowers and the faint tang of damp earth. She watered the herbs, their leaves releasing a burst of rosemary, a scent that would flavor the evening's meal, her movements a dance of care for the household's needs. Gaius passed by, his toga a ripple of white, and nodded in approval, a rare gesture that warmed her heart despite her station. The garden was a haven of beauty, its grandeur a reflection of Rome's opulence, its pulse a rhythm of servitude that Cassia upheld with quiet resolve. As dusk settled, the domus glowed with the flicker of oil lamps, their light dancing on the walls where frescoes depicted pastoral scenes, a gallery of an idealized Rome. Cassia prepared the triclinium for dinner, arranging platters of olives and bread, the air warm with the scent of roasted lamb from the kitchen, a feast for Gaius and his guests. She stood in the shadows, her presence unseen yet essential, her hands trembling with fatigue as she poured wine, its ruby depths a luxury she would never taste. The triclinium was a stage of privilege, its grandeur a mirror to Rome's elite, its virtues a flame that burned in Cassia's silent service. The night deepened and the domus grew quiet, its halls a dark embrace, lit only by the moon's silver glow through the atrium's skylight. Cassia sat in the slaves' quarters, a cramped room off the kitchen, the air still with the scent of extinguished lamps and the faint musk of straw from her palette. She massaged her aching hands, her thoughts drifting to a future she could not imagine, her burden a chain that bound her to this life. The domus was more than a home. It was a microcosm of Rome, its grandeur a reflection of its master's power, its pulse a rhythm of servitude that beat with Cassia's heart. As the first stars pierced the sky, the domus stood silent, its marble walls a guardian of the day's labor, its garden whispering in the breeze. Cassia lay on her pallet, her eyes tracing the ceiling's cracks, feeling the weight of her burden, a glory woven into every task she performed. The air grew cool, carrying the faint hum of the Tiber, a river that linked her toil to Rome's soul. She knew this service would rise again tomorrow, its virtues a flame that sustained the empire, its grandeur a quiet crown for its daily pulse. The morning sun spilled a golden glow over the Esquiline hill, where the modest insula of Aemilia Livia buzzed with the laughter of children, its cramped courtyard a vibrant stage for youthful joy amidst the towering tenements of Rome. The air shimmered with the scent of blooming jasmine from a neighbor's pot, the faint tang of smoke from a nearby brazier, and the earthy musk of cobblestones still damp with dawn's dew. The courtyard, a patchwork of cracked tiles and wooden benches, echoed with the patter of small feet, its walls painted with faded murals of nymphs and shepherds, a whimsical backdrop to the children's play. This was no ordinary morning. It was the heartbeat of Rome's future, a dance of innocence where the empire's next generation grew, its grandeur a quiet strength in their laughter, its glory a flame that burned with the promise of tomorrow. Young Titus, a boy of 8 with a mop of curly hair and a tunic patched at the knees, darted through the courtyard, his wooden sword raised high, a gift carved by his father, a carpenter of modest means. His eyes sparkled with the fire of imagination, the air tingling with the sharp clack of wood as he sparred with his friend Claudia, her laughter a bright melody against the morning's hum. The scent of fresh bread wafted from the insula's communal oven, blending with the faint musk of straw from a passing cart, as Titus shouted, "I'm Trajan, conquering Dacia!" His play was a mirror to Rome's glory, its virtues a flame that burned in his young heart, its grandeur a quiet pulse that shaped the empire's youth. As the sun climbed, casting dappled shadows across the courtyard, the air filled with the squeals of children playing knucklebones, their small hands tossing the sheep bones with practiced skill, the tiles clinking softly on the stone. Titus joined them, his sword tucked into his belt, his face flushed with excitement, the air warm with the scent of roasted chestnuts from a street vendor's stall, a treat he eyed with longing. Aemilia, his mother, watched from the doorway, her stola of faded green, her hands busy with a basket of laundry, her smile soft as she saw her son's joy. The courtyard was a crucible of childhood, its grandeur a humble reflection of Rome's vitality, its pulse a rhythm of innocence that beat with the city's soul. Beyond the courtyard, the insula's narrow stairwell led to the street, where the bustle of Rome unfolded, the air rich with the scent of fish from a nearby market, and the faint tang of dust kicked up by a passing cart. Titus and Claudia ventured out, their sandals scuffing the cobblestones, chasing a stray dog through the alley, its bark a lively note in the city's symphony. They paused by a fountain, its water a cool splash against their hands, the air tingling with the scent of wet stone, a moment of wonder in their urban playground. The street was a canvas of exploration, its grandeur a vibrant stage for Rome's children, its glory a flame that burned in their curious hearts. As midday approached, the children returned to the courtyard, the air now warm with the scent of stewed lentils from Aemilia's pot, a simple meal to fuel their play. Titus sat with his friends on a bench, sharing a wooden top, its spin a dizzying whirl that drew gasps, the air buzzing with their chatter about the triumph they had glimpsed. Trajan's procession, the captives, the spoils. Amelia joined them, her voice gentle as she told a tale of Romulus and Remus, her words painting a legacy of Rome's founding, its honor a flame that burned in their young minds, its virtues a quiet pulse that shaped their dreams. The afternoon light softened, casting a golden hue over the insula as the children turned to a game of hide-and-seek, their laughter echoing off the walls, the air rich with the scent of thyme from a communal herb pot. A grounding note amid their joy. Titus hid behind a barrel, his heart racing, the faint musk of damp wood a secret ally, while Claudia searched, her giggles a beacon in the courtyard's maze. Amelia watched, her hands now weaving a small doll from straw, a gift for her daughter, feeling the weight of raising Rome's future, its grandeur a humble strength in their play, its glory a flame that burned with the promise of their growth. As dusk settled, the courtyard glowed with the flicker of oil lamps, their light dancing on the walls where the murals seemed to come alive in the shadows, a gallery of myth for the children's dreams. Titus and his friends gathered around Amelia, the air warm with the scent of extinguished lamps and the faint tang of spilled water from their earlier splashing, listening as she sang a lullaby of the Tiber, its melody a soothing close to their day. The insula was a sanctuary of youth, its walls echoing with the laughter that would shape Rome, its virtues a flame that burned in their innocence, its grandeur a quiet crown for the empire's daily life. The night deepened, and the courtyard grew silent, its tiles reflecting the moon's silver glow, a serene counterpoint to the day's energy. Titus lay on his straw pallet in the insula's small room, the air still with the scent of wool from his blanket, his eyes tracing the ceiling as he whispered tales of his play to Claudia, who slept nearby. Amelia lingered at the doorway, her silhouette framed by the moonlight, feeling the weight of their growth, a glory woven into every laugh. The insula was more than a home. It was Rome's cradle, its grandeur a reflection of its children's promise, a flame that would light the empire's future. As the stars pierced the sky, the insula stood as a quiet guardian, its walls a protector of the day's joy, its courtyard whispering with the breeze. Amelia closed her eyes, her heart full, knowing this play would rise again tomorrow, its virtues a flame that would shape Rome, its grandeur a quiet crown for its daily pulse. The late afternoon sun hung low over the Via Triumphalis, its golden rays casting a weary glow across Rome, where the air carried the faint tang of dust and the somber scent of extinguished torches, a stark contrast to the city's former jubilation. The streets once thronged with cheering masses stood sparsely lined with weary citizens, their faces etched with the weight of a declining age, as the last triumph of Emperor Honorius wound its way toward the Forum. The procession moved slowly, its banners faded and frayed, its legionaries in tarnished armor bearing standards that drooped like wilted laurels, a shadow of Rome's past glory. This was no ordinary parade. It was a requiem for an empire, a fading echo of conquest, its grandeur a brittle shell cracking under the weight of decline, its honor a flame flickering in the twilight of Rome's dominion. Honorius, his purple cloak dulled by time and neglect, rode in a chariot that creaked with age, its wheels scarred from years of disuse, his laurel crown a fragile mockery of Trajan's splendor. His eyes, sunken with the burden of a crumbling realm, scanned the thinning crowd, the air heavy with the scent of myrrh from a priest's censer, a desperate plea to Jupiter for favor long lost. Tiberius Maximus, a grizzled general whose youth had known the Dacian wars, marched beside the chariot, his lorica segmentata rusted at the edges, his vine staff trembling in his hand. Honorius's voice, weak yet resolute, broke the silence. Rome endures. The cry fell flat, a hollow echo against the forum stones, its virtues a shadow of its former might, its glory a fading pulse that struggled to beat. As the procession reached the forum, the air filled with the soft shuffle of sandals and the faint clatter of armor. The once vibrant space now marred by crumbling statues and overgrown weeds, their marble faces weathered by neglect. A handful of captives, their chains clinking with a mournful rhythm, stumbled behind the chariot, their defeated eyes a mirror to Rome's own decline. Barbarians from the Visigothic raids, their spoils meager compared to Dacian gold. The scent of roasted grain from a nearby stall rose, a bitter note amid the decay, as Tiberius glanced at the captives, his chest heavy with memories of triumphs past, their honor a flame dimmed by the empire's waning strength, its grandeur a fragile relic of glory lost. The route ascended the Capitoline hill, where the temple of Jupiter loomed, its columns cracked and its pediment chipped, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and the faint musk of moss creeping up its walls. Honorius dismounted, his legs unsteady, and offered a lamb to the altar, its blood a dull crimson against the weathered marble, the priest's chant a feeble whisper lost in the wind. The crowd knelt, their movements sluggish, as Tiberius and the legion followed, their standards planted with effort, a symbol of victory overshadowed by defeat. The hill was a stage of fading majesty, its grandeur a crumbling testament to Rome's past, its pulse a rhythm of decline that echoed through the empire's heart. As afternoon waned, the procession reached the Circus Maximus, its vast stands half empty, the air cool with the scent of stale air and the faint tang of spilled wine from forgotten feasts. Honorius ascended a dais, its wood warped by time, and addressed the sparse throng, his voice a shadow of command. "We have repelled the foe. Rome stands." The words rang hollow, met with muted applause, as gladiators and charioteers, their costumes tattered, performed a lackluster tribute. Tiberius stood guard, his eyes scanning the thinning crowd, feeling the weight of a glory slipping away, its virtues a flame struggling to burn, its grandeur a fading crown for an empire on the brink. The evening deepened, the circus aglow with the flicker of dying torches, their light dancing on walls where frescoes peeled, revealing the decay beneath. Musicians played a mournful tune, their lyres out of tune, the air rich with the scent of damp wood and the faint musk of extinguished fires, a farewell to Rome's revelry. Tiberius joined his men, their laughter forced, their cups raised to fallen comrades, their honor a dim memory amid the decline. The circus was a theater of lost splendor, its grandeur a reflection of Rome's fading might, its pulse a rhythm of a city struggling to hold its past. As night fell, the Via Triumphalis glowed with the weak light of a few lamps, its path lined with statues of forgotten conquerors, their stone faces eroded by time, the air still with the scent of damp earth and the faint hum of the Tiber. Honorius led a final procession to the temple of Mars, its altar cold, the air heavy with the scent of unburned laurel, a tribute to a god who seemed to turn away. Tiberius knelt beside his emperor, his hands tracing the altar's edge, feeling the weight of their fading glory, a duty unfulfilled, an honor slipping through their grasp. The temple was a shrine of decline, its grandeur a shadow of Rome's might, its virtus a flame nearly extinguished. The stars emerged, a cold gallery above the silent city as the procession ended, the crowd dispersing into the night's embrace. Tiberius stood alone on the Capitoline, his silhouette framed by the moonlit temple, gazing at the forum below, its lights dim and scattered. The air grew cool, carrying the faint murmur of the Tiber, a river that once bore Rome's triumphs. He thought of the sieges, the victories, the glory now lost, and felt a surge of sorrow, a legacy fading into history, its grandeur a brittle crown for an empire in decline. As dawn's first light brushed the horizon, the city stirred with the promise of another day, its streets quiet, its pulse weak. Tiberius walked away, his steps heavy, the weight of Rome's fall settling upon him. The air grew fresh with the scent of morning dew, a new beginning amid the end. He knew this triumph was the last, its virtues a flame that flickered out, its grandeur a fading echo of an empire that once conquered all. The gray dawn broke over the northern frontiers of the empire, where the Rhine River churned with a restless fury, its waters a mirror to the chaos descending upon Rome's borders. The air trembled with the distant roar of war horns, the sharp scent of pine from the dense Germanic forests, and the acrid tang of smoke rising from burning villages all along the riverbank. Beyond the crumbling limes, a tide of barbarian hordes, Visigoths, Vandals, and Alans, swept forward, their fur-clad figures a dark wave against the horizon, their axes and spears glinting with savage intent. This was no mere skirmish. It was the unraveling of an empire, a storm of invasions that shattered Rome's legacy, its grandeur a fading echo drowned by the chaos, its honor a flame guttering under the barbarian onslaught. Tiberius Maximus, the weathered general whose glory days had faded with Honorius's reign, stood on a watchtower along the Rhine, his lorica segmentata patched with rust, his hands gripping a sword dulled by neglect. His gray eyes, once fierce with victory, now scanned the horizon with a mix of dread and defiance, the air heavy with the scent of damp wood from the tower's timbers, a fragile sentinel against the tide. The ground trembled with the thunder of hooves as Visigothic riders approached, their war cries a guttural chant that pierced the morning stillness. Tiberius shouted to his depleted legion, his voice a cracked bell. "Hold the line for Rome's sake." The order rang hollow, their virtues a shadow of its former strength, their glory a fading pulse as the barbarians closed in. As the sun rose, casting a pallid light over the battlefield, the air filled with the clash of steel and the screams of the fallen, the scent of blood and trampled earth rising like a bitter incense. The Visigoths breached the limes, their axes splintering the wooden palisades, the air thick with the musk of sweat and the sharp tang of pine sap from shattered trees. Tiberius led a countercharge, his sword a weary arc against the enemy, his men a thin wall of crimson against the barbarian flood. A young legionary fell beside him, his cry cut short, and Tiberius knelt, his heart heavy with the loss, their honor a flame dimmed by the chaos, its grandeur a brittle shield against the tide. Beyond the Rhine, the chaos spread like wildfire, the air growing acrid with the smoke of sacked towns, their stone walls reduced to rubble, the faint wail of women and children a mournful undertone. Tiberius retreated to a hilltop, the ground scarred with the tracks of fleeing refugees, the air cool with the scent of ash and the distant hum of the river. He watched as Vandals crossed the Danube, their rafts a dark stain on the water, their plunder, grain, gold, livestock, a testament to Rome's vulnerability. The frontier was a crucible of collapse, its grandeur a fading memory, its pulse a rhythm of invasion that overwhelmed the empire's heart. As midday heat bore down, the air shimmered with the dust of battle, the scent of charred wood and the faint tang of spilled wine from abandoned villas rising from the chaos. Tiberius rallied his men, their armor dented, their faces gaunt, forming a testudo against a renewed Alanic assault, their arrows a deadly rain. The shield wall held briefly, its iron a fleeting echo of Rome's might, but the barbarians' numbers overwhelmed them, the air thick with the musk of fear and the sharp cry of a dying horse. Tiberius fought on, his sword a desperate plea, feeling the weight of a legacy slipping away, its glory a shadow consumed by the tide, its virtues a flame struggling to burn. The afternoon brought a lull, the air cooling with the scent of rain on the horizon, a promise of renewal amid the ruin. Tiberius stood amid the wreckage, the ground littered with broken shields and abandoned standards, the faint hum of the Rhine a mournful dirge. He thought of Trajan's triumphs, the sieges of old, and felt a surge of sorrow, knowing this chaos marked the end. A scout returned, his face pale, reporting the Visigoths' march on Ravenna, the air buzzing with the news of Rome's further retreat. The frontier was a graveyard of honor, its grandeur a crumbling facade, its pulse a rhythm of decline that beat with the empire's fall. As dusk painted the sky in hues of gray and crimson, the campfires of the legion flickered weakly, their light dancing on the walls of a ruined watchtower, the air rich with the scent of damp wood and the faint musk of unburied dead. Tiberius sat by a fire, his hands tracing the hilt of his sword, its edge nicked from the day's fight, his thoughts drifting to the city he could no longer protect. The men gathered, their voices low, sharing tales of past victories, their honor a dim memory amid the chaos. The camp was a refuge of fading strength, its grandeur a reflection of Rome's lost might, its virtues a flame nearly extinguished. The night deepened, and the frontier grew silent, its forests a dark embrace under the stars, their light a cold witness to the empire's unraveling. Tiberius stood watch, his silhouette framed by the dying fire, gazing at the Rhine where barbarian rafts bobbed, the air still with the scent of ash and the faint murmur of the river. He felt the weight of the tide, a legacy drowned in chaos, a glory slipping into history. The frontier was more than a line, it was Rome's soul, its grandeur a fading echo, its pulse a rhythm of invasion that marked the empire's decline. As the first light of dawn brushed the horizon, the camp stirred with the promise of another day, its men weary, its defenses weak. Tiberius walked the line, his steps heavy, the air fresh with the scent of morning dew, a fleeting hope amid the end. He knew this tide would not turn, its virtues a flame snuffed out, its grandeur a brittle crown for an empire falling to the barbarians. The twilight sky wept with a crimson hue over the 7 hills, where Rome, the eternal city, crumbled under the Visigoth siege of 410 AD, its once mighty walls breached like a shattered vow, the air thick with the acrid scent of burning cedar and the anguished wails of its people. Flames danced across the Palatine Hill, consuming the palaces that had once housed emperors, their golden frescoes curling into ash, while the Tiber ran red with the blood of the fallen, its waters a mournful mirror to the city's ruin. The Visigoths, led by Alaric, poured through the Salarian gate, their fur-clad figures a dark tide, their axes and torches a brutal hymn to destruction. This was no mere assault. It was the death knell of an empire, a sack that tore Rome's heart asunder, its grandeur a fading memory swallowed by chaos, its legacy a flame snuffed out in the ashes of its glory. Tiberius Maximus, the general whose blade had once carved Rome's victories, stood atop a crumbling battlement, his lorica segmentata hanging loose on a frame gaunt from hunger, his grey eyes reflecting the fires below, their light a cruel mockery of the city's past splendor. The air grew heavy with the scent of charred stone and the metallic tang of blood as the screams of fleeing citizens pierced the night, a cacophony of despair that drowned out the Tiber's lament. Tiberius clutched his sword, its edge nicked from desperate skirmishes, and whispered a prayer to Jupiter, his voice a broken plea. Why have you forsaken us? The city was a pyre of its own legacy, its virtues a shadow consumed by ruin, its glory a fading pulse buried beneath the invader's wrath. As night deepened, the Forum became a battlefield, its cobblestones slick with blood, the air thick with the musk of sweat, and the sharp crack of splintering marble as Visigoths toppled statues of gods and heroes, their stone faces crashing to the ground in a mockery of Rome's might. The Basilica of Maxentius burned, its vast arches collapsing in a shower of sparks, the scent of scorched papyrus rising from the scrolls within, a library of knowledge lost to flame. Tiberius fought in the shadows, his men a ragged band against the barbarian horde, their shields splintered, their cries a fading echo of legionary discipline. The Forum was a crucible of collapse, its grandeur a crumbling facade, its pulse a rhythm of destruction that beat with the empire's fall. Beyond the Forum, the Palatine Hill lay in ruins, its palaces gutted, the air rich with the scent of smoldering silk and the faint tang of spilled wine from shattered amphorae, a feast for the invaders. Alaric's men looted with savage glee, their hands tearing golden mosaics from walls, their laughter a cruel counterpoint to the sobs of patrician families hiding in cellars. Tiberius stumbled through the wreckage, his sandals crunching on broken glass, the air warm with the heat of flames that devoured Trajan's legacy. He found a child's doll, its straw singed, and clutched it, a symbol of innocence lost, its honor a flame extinguished in the chaos, its grandeur a fading memory of Rome's opulence. As midnight approached, the Temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill stood as a final bastion, its cracked columns silhouetted against the fiery sky, the air heavy with the scent of burning laurel and the faint musk of damp stone. A sanctuary defiled. Visigoths stormed its steps, their axes hacking at the altar, the air buzzing with the splinter of sacred marble as they tore down the statue of Jupiter, its golden form crashing with a hollow thud. Tiberius fought to the last, his sword a desperate arc, his men falling around him, their blood staining the temple's floor. The temple was a shrine of ruin, its grandeur a shadow of divine favor, its virtues a flame snuffed out by barbarian hands. The night waned, and the city burned on, its 7 hills a constellation of flame, the air cooling with the scent of ash and the faint murmur of the Tiber, a river that mourned its city's fall. Tiberius, wounded and alone, staggered to the Forum Boreum, its cattle market a graveyard of the dead, the air thick with the musk of unburied bodies and the sharp tang of spoiled meat. He collapsed by the riverbank, his hands tracing the water's edge, feeling the weight of Rome's end, a legacy drowned in chaos, its glory a fading echo in the ruins. The city was a tomb of its own past, its grandeur a brittle crown shattered by invasion, its pulse a rhythm of despair. As dawn broke, a pale light revealed the full extent of the devastation, the air fresh with the scent of morning dew, a cruel contrast to the smoldering wreckage. The Colosseum stood, its arches blackened but unbowed, a silent witness to the sack, while the Forum lay in rubble, its temples desecrated, its statues broken. Tiberius rose, his body aching, and walked through the ruins, the air still with the scent of extinguished fires and the faint wail of survivors searching for kin. He thought of Trajan, of the triumphs, of the empire that once spanned the world, and felt a surge of sorrow, its honor a flame buried in the ashes, its grandeur a fading memory of Rome's eternal dream. The sun climbed higher, casting a cold light over the city, its streets silent, save for the shuffle of Visigoth looters, the air warm with the scent of charred wood and the faint tang of blood drying on the stones. Tiberius stood by the Milvian bridge, its arches a gateway to a fallen world, the Tiber flowing beneath, its waters carrying ash and memory. He knew this sack was the end, its virtues a flame extinguished, its legacy a crumbling edifice. Rome was more than a city, it was an idea, its grandeur a fading echo, a flame that once lit the world now reduced to embers in the dawn of its decline. The gray dawn crept over Ravenna, its waters reflecting a sky heavy with the weight of a dying empire, where the imperial palace stood as a fragile relic amid marshes and fading glory, its marble walls streaked with the damp of neglect. The air hung thick with the scent of brackish water from the surrounding lagoons, the faint musk of mildew from decaying tapestries, and the acrid tang of extinguished torches that once lit Rome's grandeur. Beyond the palace, the city buzzed with the muted shuffle of a diminished court, its citizens weary from years of barbarian incursions, their voices a subdued murmur beneath the weight of impending doom. This was no ordinary morning. It was the twilight of the Western Roman Empire, a final chapter where Emperor Romulus Augustulus, a boy king, faced the end, his reign a flickering candle in the storm, its legacy a flame guttering in the ashes of a fallen world. Romulus, a youth of 15 with a face too soft for the purple, sat on a throne worn by time, its gold leaf peeling, his purple cloak a hand-me-down from better days, its edges frayed by neglect. His eyes, wide with the innocence of youth, yet shadowed by the burden of rule, gazed at the council chamber, the air cool with the scent of damp cedar from the paneled walls, a room where once emperors planned conquests. The air grew heavy with the faint tang of ink as a scribe recorded his orders, though few remained to obey. The sound of quill on parchment, a hollow echo of Rome's once vibrant administration. Romulus's voice, trembling yet resolute, broke the silence. We must hold Ravenna. Rome endures. The words rang false, a virtue strained beyond its strength, its glory a fading pulse, as the empire slipped from his grasp. As the sun rose, casting a pallid light through the palace's cracked windows, the air filled with the soft clatter of armor as a delegation of Odoacer's men approached, their boots muddy from the marshes, their Germanic accents a harsh counterpoint to the Latin of the court. The air thickened with the scent of leather and the faint musk of wet wool from their cloaks, a scent of the barbarian tide that now demanded Rome's surrender. Orestes, Romulus's father and regent, stood beside the boy, his face lined with the exhaustion of defending a crumbling realm, his hands gripping a scroll of treaty terms, the air buzzing with the tension of negotiation. The palace was a crucible of fate, its grandeur a fragile shell, its pulse a rhythm of decline that beat with the empire's last breaths. Beyond the chamber, the palace gardens lay overgrown, their roses wilted, the air rich with the scent of decaying leaves, and the faint tang of stagnant water from a neglected fountain, a mirror to Rome's neglect. Romulus wandered there, his sandals sinking into the mud, his mind adrift with tales of Trajan's triumphs, the air cool with the whisper of wind through brittle branches. A servant girl, her tunic patched and eyes downcast, followed with a tray of bread, its crust stale, a meager offering for an emperor. He thought of the 7 hills, now silent, and felt the weight of a legacy he could not save, its honor a flame dimmed by chaos, its grandeur a fading echo of Rome's past. As midday approached, the council reconvened, the air warm with the scent of burning tallow from a flickering lamp, its light dancing on the walls where faded frescoes depicted victories long lost. Orestes presented the terms, abdication in exchange for life. The Western Empire dissolved into Odoacer's rule, the air thick with the musk of defeat and the faint tang of wax from the sealed agreement. Romulus listened, his young hands trembling, the air buzzing with the murmurs of courtiers who once served emperors, now reduced to shadows. The palace was a tomb of power, its virtus a shadow of its former might, its glory a pulse fading into history. The afternoon light softened, casting a somber glow over Ravenna, as the air grew heavy with the scent of marsh reeds and the faint hum of insects, a natural requiem for the empire. Romulus signed the document, his signature a child scrawl on the death warrant of the West, the air still with the weight of the moment. Orestes wept, his tears a silent tribute to a Rome he could not save, while guards escorted the boy king to a lesser chamber, its walls bare, the air cool with the scent of damp plaster. The palace was a sanctuary of loss, its grandeur a crumbling facade, its pulse a rhythm of an empire's end. As dusk settled, the palace glowed with the weak flicker of lamps, their light dancing on the ceiling where gold leaf flaked away, the air rich with the scent of extinguished flames and the faint musk of mold. Romulus sat alone, his cloak discarded, the air still with the weight of his title stripped away, his thoughts drifting to the Colosseum's roar, now silenced. The courtiers departed, their footsteps a fading echo, leaving the boy with a guard, the air buzzing with the distant cry of a heron from the lagoon. The palace was a relic of power, its grandeur a shadow of Rome's might, its virtues a flame snuffed out by surrender. The night deepened, and Ravenna stood as a somber guardian, its waters reflecting the stars, a cold witness to the empire's fall. The air cool, with the scent of damp earth and the faint murmur of the lagoon. Romulus lay on a simple cot, the air still with the musk of straw from his bedding, his eyes tracing the ceiling's cracks, feeling the weight of a legacy lost. He thought of the triumphs, the legions, the glory now gone, and wept, his tears a quiet tribute to Rome. The palace was more than a building, it was the heart of a fading empire, its grandeur a brittle crown, its pulse a rhythm of decline that marked the end of the West. As the first light of dawn brushed the horizon, the palace stirred with the promise of a new day under Odoacer's rule, its air fresh with the scent of morning mist, a cruel contrast to the night's sorrow. Romulus rose, his young face hardened by loss, the weight of the final emperor settling upon him. The air carried the faint hum of the lagoon, a river that bore witness to Rome's end. He knew this fall was the last, its virtues a flame extinguished, its legacy a fading echo of an empire that once ruled the world. The pale dawn stretched across the ruins of Rome, where the Colosseum stood as a silent sentinel, its weathered arches bathed in a fragile light, its stones whispering tales of a glory long past. The air carried the faint scent of wild thyme creeping through the cracks, the earthy musk of moss reclaiming the forum's fallen columns, and the distant murmur of the Tiber, a river that bore witness to the empire's rise and fall. The city, now a shadow of its former self, stretched beneath a sky streaked with the hues of a new day, its streets overgrown with ivy, its temples silent, yet its spirit lingered in the breeze. This was no ordinary morning, it was the dawn of a legacy, a testament to Rome's enduring echo, its grandeur a fragile thread woven into the fabric of history, its honor a flame that flickered beyond the empire's end. Tiberius Maximus, his body bent with age and scars, walked through the forum, his sandals crunching on shattered marble, his once proud lorica segmentata, now a relic draped over his shoulders, its rust a map of battles fought. His gray eyes, clouded with memory, traced the ruins of the Basilica of Maxentius, the air cool with the scent of damp stone and the faint tang of ash from fires long extinguished. He paused by a toppled statue of Trajan, its head buried in the earth, and knelt, his hands brushing the dust, feeling the weight of a legacy that outlasted its fall. "Rome lives in us," he murmured, his voice a whisper carried by the wind, its virtues a flame rekindled in memory, its glory a pulse that beat beyond the ruins. As the sun climbed, casting a golden sheen over the 7 hills, the air filled with the soft rustle of leaves as a shepherd guided his flock through the forum, the scent of wool and the faint musk of grazing sheep blending with the city's decay. Tiberius watched, his heart swelling with a quiet pride, knowing the land once tilled by farmers like Gaius Sertorius now sustained new life. Children played nearby, their laughter a bright thread amid the silence, tossing knucklebones on a cracked mosaic, the air tingling with the clink of bone on stone, a echo of Titus's games. The city was a crucible of renewal, its grandeur a fragile beauty in its ruins, its legacy a flame that burned in the innocence of the next generation. Beyond the Forum, the Palatine Hill stood as a ghostly relic, its palaces overgrown with vines, the air rich with the scent of wild roses and the faint tang of damp earth, a garden reclaiming the throne of emperors. Tiberius climbed its slopes, his breath labored, the air cool with the whisper of wind through broken windows, where once Honorius had reigned. He found a shard of mosaic, its blue tiles depicting a dolphin, and held it, a fragment of Rome's opulence, its honor a flame preserved in memory. The hill was a sanctuary of the past, its grandeur a fading echo, its pulse a rhythm of a legacy that endured through time. As midday approached, the air warmed with the scent of bread baking in a nearby villager's oven, its yeasty aroma a bridge to Marcus Tullius's craft, blending with the faint musk of smoke from a hearth. Tiberius sat by the Colosseum's base, the air buzzing with the distant bleat of goats, watching as a merchant, perhaps a descendant of Aurelia Vibia, haggled over wool, the clink of coins a faint echo of the Forum's market. He thought of the trade routes, the legions, the triumphs, and felt a surge of hope. Their virtues, a flame passed to those who rebuilt, its glory a pulse that beat in the city's ruins. The afternoon light softened, casting a golden glow over the Tiber, its waters reflecting the ruins and the new life sprouting along its banks, the air rich with the scent of river reeds and the faint tang of fish. Tiberius walked to the Milvian bridge, its arches still standing, the air cool with the murmur of water, a witness to Rome's battles and its fall. He met an old slave, perhaps Cassia's kin, her hands gnarled from toil, now free, tending a small garden, the air tingling with the scent of time. Her smile, a quiet triumph, spoke of resilience, their legacy a flame that burned beyond chains, its grandeur a fragile crown for a reborn spirit. As dusk settled, the city glowed with the flicker of village fires, their light dancing on the Colosseum's arches, the air warm with the scent of burning olive wood and the faint musk of earth. Tiberius gathered with locals, their faces a mosaic of Roman and barbarian blood, the air buzzing with tales of the past, Trajan's conquests, the sack, the final emperor. They sang an old hymn to Mars, its melody a bridge between eras, their honor a flame rekindled in unity, its virtues a pulse that beat with a new Rome. The night deepened, and the city stood silent under the stars, its ruins a dark embrace. The air cool with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and the faint hum of the Tiber. Tiberius lay on a hill overlooking the forum, the air still with the musk of grass, his eyes tracing the constellations, feeling the weight of a legacy that endured. He thought of the sack, the fall, the boy king, and smiled, knowing Rome's spirit lived in the land, its grandeur a fading echo transformed into hope, its glory a flame that would light the future. As the first light of dawn brushed the horizon, the city stirred with the promise of a new day, its air fresh with the scent of morning dew, a rebirth amid the ruins. Tiberius rose, his steps steady, the weight of Rome's echo, a quiet strength within him. The air carried the faint bleat of sheep, a river's flow, a child's laugh, signs of life. Rome was more than an empire, it was a legacy, its virtues a flame that endured, its grandeur a crown passed to the ages. The sun rose over the horizon of time, casting a golden veil across the remnants of Rome, where the Colosseum stood as a timeless guardian, its arches weathered yet unbowed, its stones a testament to an empire that shaped the world. The air carried the faint scent of wild lavender blooming in the cracks, the earthy musk of ancient soil stirred by the wind, and the distant murmur of the Tiber, a river that had cradled Rome's birth and mourned its fall. The city, now a mosaic of ruins and renewal, stretched beneath a sky streaked with the promise of dawn, its silent streets echoing with the ghosts of legions, senators, and slaves, a symphony of a legacy that refused to fade. This was no mere end. It was the eternal flame of Rome, a grandeur reborn in memory, an honor that burned beyond the ashes, a glory that pulsed through the ages to shape the future. Tiberius Maximus, his body a map of scars and years, stood atop the Palatine Hill, his gaze sweeping the 7 hills, the air cool with the scent of dawn's dew and the faint tang of moss reclaiming marble. His lorica segmentata, now a relic draped over his frail frame, gleamed faintly in the light, a symbol of battles won and lost, its rust a chronicle of Rome's journey. He traced the ruins with his hands, feeling the weight of a life intertwined with the empire, from the oath of a legionary under Trajan's banner to the despair of the Visigoth sack, from the quiet toil of farmers to the fall of young Romulus. Rome is not gone, he whispered, his voice a thread in the wind, its virtues a flame rekindled in the hearts of those who followed, its legacy a pulse that beat beyond the fall. As the sun climbed, casting a golden hue over the forum, the air filled with the soft bleat of sheep grazing among toppled columns, the scent of wool and the faint musk of earth blending with the city's decay. Tiberius watched as villagers, descendants of merchants like Aurelia and bakers like Marcus, bartered goods in the shadow of the basilica, the clink of coins, a faint echo of the market's heart. Children, heirs to Titus's play, darted through the ruins, their laughter a bright melody, the air tingling with the clack of knuckle bones on stone, a game that bridged past and present. The Forum was a crucible of continuity, its grandeur a fragile beauty in its rebirth, its glory a flame that burned in the resilience of its people. Beyond the Forum, the Tiber flowed, its waters reflecting the Colosseum's arches and the new life sprouting along its banks, the air rich with the scent of river reeds and the faint tang of fish. Tiberias walked its banks, the air cool with the murmur of water, a witness to Rome's triumphs and tragedies. He met an old woman, her hands gnarled like Cassia's once were, now free, tending a garden of thyme and roses, the air tingling with their fragrance, her smile a quiet triumph of survival. He thought of the fields tilled by Gaius Sertorius, the household served by slaves, the strategies of generals like Lucius Aelius, and felt a surge of pride. Their virtus, a flame passed to a new era, its legacy a pulse that endured through time. As midday approached, the air warmed with the scent of bread baking in a villager's oven, its yeasty aroma a bridge to the past, blending with the faint musk of smoke from a hearth. Tiberius sat by the Milvian bridge, its arches still standing, the air buzzing with the distant hum of a cart, watching as a teacher, perhaps a descendant of Aemilia, recited Virgil to a circle of children, their voices a hymn to Rome's poets. He recalled the triumphs of Trajan, the sack by Alaric, the abdication of Romulus, and saw in their eyes a spark of the empire's spirit, its honor a flame rekindled in education, its grandeur a fading echo transformed into inspiration. The afternoon light softened, casting a golden glow over the 7 hills as the air grew rich with the scent of wild olives and the faint tang of earth turned by plow, a sign of new harvests. Tiberius climbed the Capitoline, the air cool with the whisper of wind through the temple of Jupiter's ruins, its cracked columns a silent witness to divine favor lost. He found a laurel branch, its leaves green despite the decay, and held it, a symbol of victory reborn, its virtue a flame that burned in the land's renewal. The hill was a sanctuary of hope, its grandeur a fragile crown for a legacy that endured, its pulse a rhythm of resilience that beat with Rome's echo. As dusk settled, the city glowed with the flicker of village fires, their light dancing on the Colosseum's arches, the air warm with the scent of burning olive wood and the faint musk of earth. Tiberius gathered with the locals, their faces a tapestry of Roman and barbarian lineage, the air buzzing with tales of the past, legions marching, markets thriving, emperors falling. They sang an old hymn to Mars, its melody a bridge between eras, their honor a flame united in memory, its virtues a pulse that beat with a new Rome rising from the ashes. The city was a crucible of legacy, its grandeur a reflection of its enduring spirit, its glory a flame that lit the path forward. The night deepened, and the city stood silent under the stars, its ruins a dark embrace, the air cool with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and the faint hum of the Tiber. Tiberius lay on a hill overlooking the Forum, the air still with the musk of grass, his eyes tracing the constellations, feeling the weight of Rome's echo. He thought of the grandeur of its rise, the senators' feasts, the legionaries' oaths, the merchants' trade, the farmers' toil, the slaves' burdens, the children's play, and the tragedy of its fall, the barbarian tide, the sack, the final emperor. Yet in the silence he heard a new rhythm, a legacy that endured in the land, the people, the stories, its virtue, a flame that burned beyond empires, its grandeur a crown passed to history. As the first light of dawn brushed the horizon, the city stirred with the promise of a new day, its air fresh with the scent of morning dew, a rebirth amid the ruins. Tiberius rose, his step steady despite his age, the weight of Rome's echo, a quiet strength within him. The air carried the faint bleat of sheep, the flow of the river, the laughter of children, signs of life, of continuity. He smiled, knowing Rome's legacy was not in its stones but in its spirit, its virtue, a flame that would guide the world, its grandeur, a fading yet eternal crown for an empire that shaped the ages.